something?
Okay, go ahead.
So, the people that got popped on their questions, almost everybody this month that got popped, these are all consults. It's just so we're clear. I know a lot of you, it looks like this month are new. We don't do consults on Q&As. Q&As are specific questions, referable to blogs and stuff like that. So when you start asking about grandmothers and mothers and aunts and uncles and all kinds of stuff like that, that is got to be on your time. We can't waste people's time who are on here to get feedback from that. So just book a consult and then go from there if that's the kind of stuff you want to talk about. If you want to do it cheaper, start an optimal journal, put the answers in there. You may or may not get an answer depending on what and how the question's phrased. Next thing, there's been I've had a little bit of concern here recently that we have some people who are trying to be helpful to the people that come to El Salvador to do testing. One of the things that's come to my attention that several of these people are not trained. They have their own devices. It doesn't mean that because you don't have training or certification that you can't do a good job. Obviously, you guys can buy your own stuff and train yourselves and learn how to do that. But here's where my concern comes. When someone is untrained, is here in El Salvador and trying to make a business of doing this, you need to realize that there's incentives and incentives to some of the advice that they're getting. And if that advice tends not to be good, it could be conflicting. So recently, Jeremy Franco got a place. He had someone come in and made some negative comments about things that were going on in this place. And then we had 2 certified people come out and check it. And we don't have those same concerns. So I'm just going to tell you, this time I was pretty nice about it. But if it happens again, I'm not going to be so nice about it. And the people that I think are, I want to say, involved in this, these are people that are down in Atami, down at the beach. And I think people are interested in learning. I understand this is not kind of like a Kiera situation where people are looking to take advantage of people. But when people are told that this place isn't good, and it turns out that 2 people who are certified, who I asked to come check it, disagree with that assessment, I kind of have a problem with that. So I would tell you from now on, if you're not certified, make sure you physically tell people that up front so they know who they're dealing with. And if you want someone to come check out your place where you're living, I think the smart thing, at least on an acute basis, is to do it with a professional. And then I think if you decide you want to get yourself DIY trained, I'm fine with that. But make sure you're very, very careful about what you say. Because if I find out you say things that aren't factually true, then we're going to have a problem, a really big problem. And I think it's really important because most of the people that are coming down to El Salvador are coming down for short periods of time, from from a couple of weeks to 6-7 months. That stuff's important. And then I think if you're going to buy a place permanently, my opinion is that you should opt to go with someone who's completely certified because you're going to need to make some big decisions about what needs to be done and probably, mitigation decisions also, unfortunately, in this space are very, very tied to incentives and outcomes. Meaning that one of the things I've been concerned about, not so much with anybody in El Salvador, but I became very concerned with Brian Hoyer and his services in the States. A lot of my members were telling me that, basically when he came in, he was having people do a ton of shit that they didn't feel really need to be done, and they hired somebody else as a second opinion. They found out that he was double dipping on his opinion and the things that he sold. Why? Because he sold things two people. And, that kind of stuff is concerning. It's already a pain in the ass to have to, fix your living quarters or fix your house or fix your car, whatever. But if you can't get good, accurate information, um, making those decisions, it could actually cost you a significant amount of money if you get bad advice. So to me, that kind of stuff's important. And like I said, generally, I don't think one needs to be certified to do this stuff, because I think most people can do this DIY if they get their own training. But I can tell you factually what's happened here recently, that the information that was sent through the Mito network down into Tommy was factually incorrect and double checked by two people who were certified. That's not going to stand any further. Just so you know that. What else do I have to say? I'll keep the rest probably for the questions. If it comes up there, I'll mention it there. But that's pretty much it.
Okay, thank you. And I'll follow up with what Jack said with the people that questions were for consults. You've been all sent individual emails, so check your email. They were all live questions. So if you submitted a live question, you're wondering if you're going to be addressed today, go ahead and check your email. You'll know if you received any email from me. It lets you know that you need a consult.
Yeah, and there was quite a few of them, to be
Yeah,
honest.
there were quite a
They
few.
were all they were all new people, so I just want to make sure
Hmm.
uh, that people understand the reason why. It's not because you're new and we're booting you out. It's just that, those questions are not appropriate for a Q&A. They're much more appropriate for you one-on-one. And if you do those, if you want to continue on and do that stuff, you probably should have the person there that you're talking about.
Hmm. Okay. Okay, like Dr. Cruz said, we do have quite a few people that are new on the call. Every month we have people coming in and out. So I'll do a really quick outline on how this call is ran. You guys all registered via the online form. Many of you have submitted questions to either you want to speak live with Dr. Cruz or you submitted for the questions to be asked of you. We take the live questions first, and they are taken in the order that they were received upon submission of registration. If a European has told me that they need to go on, like we have Mark who's going to go first because it's late for him. We do try to take our European callers first. So if you are in Europe and you did submit a question to speak live, let me know in the chat and I will try to get you sooner in the call. And then we move on to the questions to be asked. And again, those are taken as they were submitted as registration. I'm in the chat as Team Cruz. If you have questions, go ahead and submit them in the chat for me. You can even private message me if you need to speak to me there. I try to balance all of that and manage the call at the same time, and we do the best we can. So with that, we're going to go ahead and start with our first live caller, which I stated was Mark. So Mark, if you can go ahead and unmute your line.
Yes, good
Welcome.
evening, Jack.
Good evening.
Hey, so I'm trying to figure out your formula for good places to live, and like the livability part is pretty obvious, and also population density, but I don't really fully understand the magnetism part yet, especially because magnetic flux density is sometimes higher near the equator, which you recommend compared to like Europe, for instance, which is closer to the poles. So I was just wondering if you could elaborate a bit more on that part.
Yeah, I mean, magnetism is really related to the base that's present on Earth. Like the easiest way to understand it, Mars doesn't have a magnetic field, the Earth does. It's around 50 microteslas. It's pretty simple. Any place that's a geopathic stress zone doesn't have a magnetic field. So the Sahara Desert is not a good place to live. The Gobi Desert is not a good place to live. Um, Generally, you can look to your left and look to your right. If you see a lot of plant and animal life, that's a good sign that the magnetic field's not too bad. Now, when you have a disease, you have high heteroplasmy, you would like the strong magnetic field to help fix that problem. So that means any place where magma comes closer to the earth is a good thing. That's where the idea with volcanoes come in. It's also the idea where magnetic beaches come in. It's also the idea, where you're close to, say, black sand, things like that. That's really how it goes. And it's not more magnetism is better than not, because if that was the case, we should all be living on Jupiter, and we're not. We're optimized for a planet that has a small, powerful, variable magnetic field. As long as you have that, you don't need much more. If you're sicker, it means you need a little bit stronger. If you're not sick, if you really wanted to live in the Sahara Desert, knock yourself out.
Okay, so you would say like within Earth's range, you would say like the higher the better in general. And also,
I say what I just said.
okay.
The thicker you are, the higher heteroplasmy you are, then I think it makes sense to live in a place like that has a caldera, that has a volcano in it. Why? Because the magnetic flux there is probably going to be maybe double, triple the flux that you would get, say, in a regular location somewhere else. And do those situations exist at higher latitudes? They do, but they're rare, but they're present. For example, Japan is one of those. New Zealand is one in the southern hemisphere. Technically, Wyoming and Montana are one because there's a super volcano, in that area in the United States. But what's the main driver? Remember, it's light, water, and magnetism. Neither or none of the three are what I would say more important than the other. When it comes to light, light requires water, water requires light. Magnetism is actually not linked to those first two, but where magnetic flux really becomes a big issue is the magnetic chemicals. Those are the things with one unpaired electron, because magnetic fields do determine, how morphology and morphogenesis occur. So I think depending on your N equals 1, that's where you make that decision. So what you've asked here is there some general statement about magnetism? The answer is no, there is not. Because if you don't have someone's context, there's people who are healthy that can live at the 63rd latitude, no problem. In fact, the people of Iceland are a good example of that. They're probably the healthiest people in all of Europe. But part of that reason is they have really shitty light, but they have spectacular water, and they have really good magnetic flux. So when 2 out of the 3 are spectacular, you can even offset light. But given that, are there going to be people in New Zealand, I should say in a place like Iceland, that are going to have problems reference to light? That may be an issue. So for example, say if somebody has MS, that's a disease where the heteroplasmy would tell you they probably need to get off that island and go someplace where they can turn the melanocytes back on. And Iceland is not very likely to do that.
Okay. And would you in general recommend inactive volcanoes over active ones?
No, I think active is better than inactive, but do I think inactive is probably okay for most people? The only people I think that would be significant is probably people with heteroplasmy rates over 70, in terms of percentage. So that would be people with severe autoimmune conditions, cancer. It just depends on the disease. Most of the diseases that I've already written about, you get a pretty good idea whether I consider the disease substantial or not. So I'll give you for example, psoriasis is a pre-malignant condition. It's also an autoimmune condition. So that would fit my bill. Is eczema that condition? No, it's not. Is vitiligo a pre-malignant condition? Yes, it is. So is it in that way? Is it a lot like psoriasis? It is. So every disease carries different risks. Is lupus one of those diseases? Yes, it is. If someone has a collagen vascular disease, is that life-threatening? It's life-threatening, but not in the sense where it's going to kill you. It's because there's usually a lack of stromal health that constantly needs big flux. So that's a person, while you're not going to die from the collagen vascular disease, but you're going to suffer from symptoms of it. So with living in a place there where you're constantly re-innovating the piezoelectric effect of your collagen and stromal network, Would that be a wise thing to do for that specific disease? The answer is yes.
Okay, and do you think magnetism would be extra useful for when you have hypopituitarism?
No, because it depends on where the pituitary problem comes from. For example, if you have panhypopit from, I don't know, let's say trauma,
Yeah,
trauma,
that's the case.
trauma may be, it may be useful depending on how bad it is. But let's say it's from surgery or from a tumor. No, from surgery and a tumor, the answer is going to be straightforward. You need to use drugs. Why? Because the pituitary is dead. And it's not going to come back with those cases. Trauma, it can come back depending on how bad the injury is, but most people are not going to do that. And if they're very serious about it, I don't think I would pick up and move until I used a transcranial magnet to see if I could move the needle with my urinary hormones. And if I notice when I put the magnet on the head and turned it on and it actually worked, then I'd say, yes, you absolutely need to go live by Vesuvius or Pompeii or in the Mediterranean basin or, you know, close to a volcano. That would be a wise choice. But there would have to be something that made me do that before I pick up my life and do it.
Okay, thank you, Jack.
All right.
Okay, next we have Jeff. Jeff, can you go ahead and unmute your line, please? Welcome.
Yeah, thanks, Doc, and especially thank you for the consciousness blogs. I'm slowly working my way through them, making sure I understand them sentence by sentence. So, thank you for your work.
All right.
The question that I have is sort of a general question for the group, and that is, what are your current bio school?
You're breaking up. I can barely hear you.
Okay. I'll just leave the video off. Maybe that will make the transmission better.
Yeah,
The
we can
question
hear
is
you
one
better.
of what are your preliminary thoughts about what you're going to discuss, and what the curriculum might be for the biophysics school, if you
Yeah,
can talk
well,
about it.
I
Thank you.
actually asked Christy about this today, and what I read led me to believe that just as I thought it would be a shit show, it is. I mean, the things that people really want, I'm going to be honest with you, from my perspective, make no fucking sense to me at all. And I think if I decide to do it, it's probably going to have to be structured different than what I thought. And I think it's going to have to be in smaller groups with people that have more similar goals. The stuff that I read today, I mean, the best way I could tell it to you, it looked like a Rorschach test of, you know, the things that people want, and you can't make everybody happy. And I think doctors need very specific core curriculum ideas. And I'm going to be very honest when I say this. I was very disappointed with the feedback that I got back, because I look at it like this. The blogs are already an outline for the things that you find interesting. So if you want to go deeper in a different process, if you have questions specific about, like, for example, the consciousness series, then guess what? We do a module just on consciousness, like say for 2 or 3 hours. The same thing would be true about, say, demyelination. Like, you just got the first eye blog. There's more eye blogs coming. You want to just do eyes, we do eyes. But I think then there's other pieces in part. Like, if you want to do the workup of a patient, like, you can't, when you're doing a course, you can't do all of decentralized medicine in one course. It's got to be problem focused on what people need. And I realized right off the bat, reading this stuff, like, especially what the lay public wants compared to what the doctors want. Dude, I have to tell you, reading it, I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Some of the stuff is ridiculous. And then, some of it is redundant too. Like people read, and the stuff is in the blog, it's right there. And you're asking for it again. So what does that tell me? Well, you didn't understand it the first time you read it. So how about you start an optimal journal, ask the question on the form to tease it out, instead of going through a class. Because I got news for you. When I put the pricing together for this class, some of you are going to be shell shocked. It's going to be expensive. So what am I trying to tell you? This time should be made uber useful. And I think it's going to be more uber useful, I think, for the clinicians that come into this with a focus. Okay, this is what I want. Do I want basic biophysics? Do I want clinical biophysics? How to work up a patient? How to do like, say, treatment recommendations, or I would say differential diagnosis. And then I think there's another thing, the cognitive structure of how to deal with people who have been centralized as fuck for a long time, and they come to you and it's a completely different mindset of who they've seen before. And you have to realize when they come to you, like when you tell them what you're telling them, you basically almost have to erase what you've learned prior to this, because it's going to hinder you, in what goes on. And when the person who asked for this in the Q&A, I don't know, I think it was 2 Q&As ago, I initially thought it was a good idea. And boy, am I glad that I asked for feedback, because I can tell you, I'm pretty apt for not offering it the way that I was going to do it. And the reason why is I think it's going to be a shit show. And I really think that it needs to be separate for doctors and separate for non-clinicians. And I will tell you one other thing that I was surprised at. We did not have a lot of clinicians that showed as much interest as I thought. It was more the lay public that was interested. But they had so many extraneous needs that were superfluous that tells me that if I do something like this, I'm probably going to get frustrated as shit. Because I think, like, when you ask me questions about the basic stuff that's already covered in the blog, and I mean, Jeff, I think you can understand this as a doctor. It's kind of like going into a biochemistry class and somebody saying, hey, we already covered the Krebs cycle and the urea cycle, and I know today's PPP, but can we go back and talk about that? No, that's something you need to already have mastered. That lesson is done. And I'm assuming that the doctors know the basics. That's part of the reason why I was kind of interested in doing this, because I know doctors know when they go to medical school and they're going to learn, they have preparatory work that they have to do to be ready for the next lecture, to build on top of it. And if you have people that consistently keep going back and they're back at the foundation and we're on the 3rd or 4th floor, you realize how it's non-coherent for the people in the class that are actually doing what they're supposed to be doing. And I think that structure is better with people who actually do have degrees and understand that. Why? Because we've all been through that training and we actually implicitly understand that. None of the doctors asked for bad things. In fact, the few doctors that did, their questions and what they were interested in, I think were interesting. But I still think the way I'm going to do it there, I may retool kind of what I'm going to do. I still, it's a little bit raw for me right now, because literally I read this shit this morning. So I want to take a couple of more days to think about it before I really give you, my final answer.
And I want to add on to that. If you didn't get a chance, and after hearing what Dr. Cruz is saying now and want to have input yourself, be sure to check your email, because there was an email sent with a survey link. We asked for input. Definitely put your input in so that he can get more information and, make an informed decision on what we want to do. Okay.
Will do. Thanks again, Doc. Much appreciate the background work and certainly understand how frustrating it would be to be trying to teach differential calculus while others are asking for the times tables.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of how I felt when I read some of the feedback. And I'm like, I don't want people to spend money on this and it not be useful. I think that's, you just heard me wax poetic about some of the shit in the beginning of this Q&A that, when someone comes in and tells you superfluous shit that's related to nonsense, I don't want to do that to you guys. I mean, that would make me a fucking asshole, to take your money and give you something, that wasn't useful to you. But I do think the person who was the doctor that asked for this 2 months ago, I was like, this is not a bad idea. I'm willing to try something new all the time. But like when you get the feedback, and the feedback was, when I tell you, it was kind of like shotgun shells everywhere. I was like, no, we can't do this. And not only that, I can tell you, I'm going to probably make people submit their degree, especially after reading this. Because if you don't have a degree, you ain't coming in. And if you're not an active clinician, I don't think I'm going to let people in, because effectively you're the lay public. You may know a little bit more, but I do not want, I don't want this to be like a rudimentary course. This has to be for the doctors, because it would really bother me if the doctors spent a week or two really wanting to learn this stuff and they were just being held back with a snaffle bit in their mouth, because somebody was more interested in learning about, I don't know, fucking Bitcoin, or, something that is not germane to the biophysics, at hand. And I just think, I guess my mindset, I'm putting my biases in this. I know if I signed up for a course like this, I'd probably be into it too. But I would probably want it to be like Biophysics 1, Biophysics 2, Biophysics 3. And then you plug in. And then obviously the teacher, I think, has to be able to adapt based on the students in the class. So I think if I do it, it's going to be no more than 5 or 6 people. And it's just the doctors. There's no way I'm bringing your family or none of that. No fucking way. I already realized that's a shit show. They can come, but they're not coming to the class.
Understood. Well, I'll get my feedback in, taking that into account. Thanks, Doc.
All right.
Thank you, Jeff. Okay, next we have Christy. Christy, can you go ahead and unmute your line, please? Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, Uncle Jack.
Hello.
I wanted to start out by just giving you an update on my move to El Salvador. So 2 months ago, you told me to have my ex-husband buy me out of the house, like take him out to dinner and have him try and buy me out of the house. When I went to El Salvador last month, I came home and told him I wanted to move, and he said he would buy me out of the house. And now we've been able to agree on a price for the house, and everything's working out. And so hopefully I'll be there by my plan is to be there no later than November 4th.
That's good.
So I wanted to just.
That's a very nice update.
Yeah, we need to hear good news.
You should have faith in ex-husbands.
Yeah, and he's actually being really fair. So that's pretty cool too. So I appreciate that. And yeah, so that's been really exciting. And then my question for you today was, I had just recently found out about Dr. Robert Young and how he was, I'm in California, I'm near Los Angeles. So
you realize that this goes directly to the first topic of the day, right? Do you understand how?
Oh, of asking
no.
Like
remember what I said about having uncertified people take care of you?
Okay.
Dr. Robert Young is not a doctor, so don't call him one.
Okay.
He's now serving 6 years in jail for fucking scamming people, telling them he's a doctor when he wasn't.
Okay.
And he harmed people.
Okay.
Just so you know, on the California State Board of Medical Examiners, we're able to look about what happened. Physicians can do that.
Okay.
I got news for you. He actually harmed patients because the incentives dictate the outcome. So it's very, very similar to what I told you about when you hire uncertified people to be building biologists. Well,
Okay.
this happened to be an uncertified person calling himself a doctor because he wrote some books and sold himself that way to the public. And if you really want to think about it, this is the same thing that's going on in the mitochondrial space and the quantum space with all these fucking influencers, many of which are my former students.
Okay.
So understand that when you start to harm patients, Uncle Jack loves the fact that these people are getting punished.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I actually, when my daughter was really sick, I had hired a woman who had trained with him, and it actually really turned my daughter's health around. So
That's great. I'm not going to
Yeah.
tell you that things like that can't happen. But
Yeah.
what I'm saying to you with him, just so you know, he has two issues. The first time he was brought up in charges was in San Diego County.
Yes.
He got fined heavily for that. He was a repeat offender, wasn't a clinician. Now he's
Okay.
doing 6 years in California penitentiary because he harmed an old lady by injecting her with sodium bicarbonate and almost killed her.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing what you're saying on that he's not a doctor and was helping people. From the video I watched, it was more of a concern about, saying that, well, you're answering the whole thing, like he's not a doctor, so he was fraudulent in that. You can
Correct.
help people with their health, but you can't say they're a doctor. Like you can say, I'm a coach or I'm this, but you
No,
can't
you
say what
you
you're
have no business injecting any patient with anything if you don't have an MD.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that gives me more clarity because basically the video that Mickey Willis had made, he was talking about how, we've already seen a lot of doctors be silenced, but what is this now going to mean? But what you're clarifying for me is what it
Oh,
really
this is good. I'm telling you, doctors need to be silenced who are influencers. What
Okay.
this guy was another influencer that
Mm,
actually got some decent information, but doing things beyond their scope. You want
okay.
to go inject people and do shit like that? Go to fucking medical school.
Okay.
Become a CRNA. Do stuff like that. Because I got news for you. If you start to do things that are outside your scope and people get harmed, that is a problem. And I'll be honest with you, as much as I can't stand centralized medicine, I think the California State Medical Board made the right call here. In fact, I think 6 years was too little, considering how many times he's been caught and the fact that he's a second-time offender.
Okay. Okay. Very interesting because they were talking about how they were using a law against him and things like that. So that's where I was kind of more concerned of.
I think all the people that support him don't know the real issues, and they can't get, if they're not a practitioner, they can't get that information, which is exactly what you're being sold. You're getting the influences around this fucking guy, try to support him. Well, that's not how this works.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
It's not how it works. If you're an influencer and you don't have a degree, like if you think going to the Quantum Health Initiative and getting a piece of paper that's basically worth what toilet paper is makes you a building biologist, you're fucking out of your mind. Okay? It's not going to happen. And if you do something to harm somebody, I believe that the power of the state should come full force upon you. And I hate to say this, but there's a lot of that going on, a real lot of it going on.
Yeah. Yeah. I think what I'm hearing from you too is just really be careful of who you get your information from and who you go to see and to really.
I don't think anybody is that careful, including the people listening to this call. You want to know the truth. You know what I think it is? When people are desperate, they'll take a drink of water from anybody as long as it's water. They don't care that it's got arsenic or lead in it.
Right. Yeah.
And I'll tell you the other big thing. This is the human nature. They want something for nothing. So if somebody's giving you free information, this is just like a drug dealer. Oh, here's a little of my Coke. Try my Coke, come back and I'll give you some more. Well, you have to remember, sometimes you get what you pay for.
Yes. And then sometimes you pay a lot and you don't get anything.
that usually happens from the doctors that didn't finish their residency. They have an MD, but
Mhm.
they didn't finish their residency. So who are we talking about there? Casey Means. We're talking
Mhm.
about Peter Attia. We're also talking about, believe it or not, some of my former members who have MDs that didn't finish their
Mhm.
medical training. I'm not going to name names, but I got news to you. Some pretty big names out there. But do any of you, what's the famous line they always use? I'll give you the line that some of the people used in the Kiera nightmare. Oh, well, I trained with Jack. Do you know what training was? I met him at a meeting once.
Mm.
Got it?
Mhm.
Or I was a member of his. I mean, this is the real funny one. I'm not going to tell you who this is, but someone did a consult with me and their husband tried to sell the idea that this person got training from that consult so that they could use it in their course.
Mm.
Like that. Or there's a picture with Jack with my red light, and therefore Jack gave me the stamp of approval. No, that's not how it works. And see, when you're a member, you have an opportunity on the form to do what, my dear? Ask Jack. Ask
Mhm.
me the question directly. Ask the question on the blog. Put it in a thing. You see, I'm not shy about answering.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah. Thank you.
This doctor is no good.
Okay.
And no, you should not support people who are defrauding people. And I'm not trying to tell you that you have to have a degree to be safe. There's a lot of people out there that have degrees that aren't safe. I'll be the first one to tell you that too.
Mhm.
You know what that means? You have to be a decentralized savage. You have to do your homework. You have to ask the right questions. And I hate to say this because I am really talking to all of you now. Y'all don't do a good job. You don't. You don't know how to vet people. You don't know how to hire a plumber. You don't know how to hire an electrician. So why would I think you're going to know how to hire a doctor? And if you find somebody is delivering you value, then you go all in. That's the key. If somebody's not delivering you value or somebody gets harmed, then that's a totally, different angle. I mean, Christy could tell you when I find somebody is harming our members on the forum or other ways, I call her up and tell them, get rid of them.
Mhm. Yeah.
It's a
Yeah.
two-way street.
Yeah. I mean, I think really there's not a lot of great choices besides what you offer us with, really reconnecting us back to nature and simplifying it. There's just not a lot of great information or not a lot of good choices out there for doctors in general.
Well, that's part of the reason why when Jeff just asked my feeling about the biophysics class, I was amenable to doing it. I looked into it, but I have to be honest with you, the feedback that I got back, not so great. And I think like when you really want to learn stuff, this is going to be like drinking from the fire hose. So you have to remember a lot of the people they read the blogs like, oh, I don't understand the blogs. Can you do this, do that? Remember, when you didn't understand something and you don't have a degree, and in fact, I'll even tell you, you do have a degree. Like, say you're in medical school and you really didn't understand the PPP. You went to the library and spent extra time to learn that thing. How many people really look at the blogs and then go deep into the thing that they're asked? No, you know what they do? They usually come on Twitter or they come on a Q&A and ask a question and see if they can learn it like the drive-through way. Do you think that's a successful way of learning? No. But guess what? That's human nature, what they default to. And what do I usually do? I shut them down.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you challenge them to do the real work.
Well, that's why we call it proof of work.
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, and this is the sad reality, I hate to say it, people don't like to do the work. They want to be spoon-fed. And that's also the reason why I think when these blogs get put out, you give ample feedback. Like, you want to know the truth. That's the reason why I'm a big fan of the Q&As, but I can almost tell from the questions before we start whether people are reading or not, whether they're understanding or not, just by the questions they're asking. I can see the same thing happening on the forum, and you shouldn't be afraid to ask the questions. You want to ask the questions so you can make sense of the blog or say, hey, did you mean this or did you mean that? And remember, there's not like a few blogs. We're talking about 15 or 20 years of blogs. Some of these blogs that are out now that I wrote, I just looked at the next one that's coming. I wrote it like 16 years ago and had to, update it for the modern stuff that's happened between now and then. And does that tie back to some of the old blogs? Like I think you just saw in the keratoconus blog, if I'm not mistaken, I linked it back to one of the blogs that are in the quantum engineering blog. I'd venture to bet you that 90% of the people never read the first blog to begin with. So how are you going to understand that, how that blog built on top of this one? Remember, the whole idea of how I'm teaching people is this quilt idea. And each piece gives you another piece of the pie, because I look at this as a broken vase, and you don't know it's a broken vase when, say, there's maybe 100 pieces. It may take you 200 pieces to see it's a vase. It may take Jeff, who's a doctor, 25 pieces, right? Because he's got more training than you do. And then there may be other people out there that it takes 500 pieces. I understand that everybody learns at a different rate, but what's the key, I guess, background factor? You must put the work in. And like when I tell you, hey, this blog links to this, go look at this. This is your homework. People are shocked, that, oh, you want to learn about NAD and things like that? Go read their ubiquination series. That's free. It's on the Jack Cruz site.
Mm-hmm.
That's where all that shit started. And then you'll go, so this is the reason why he was teaching us about sewer plant treatments, because guess what? Now I'm beginning to understand, what the great oxygenation event and how this all really fits to all these pieces. Because you have to see where things are built and where they come to part to see and understand how they work. And then when you see 2 or 3 pieces of the quilt out, you go, oh, so that's the reason why, he said, magnetism depends on your N=1 context, because magnetism isn't module you fit in to like all diseases. Sometimes magnetism plays no role in a disease. Okay. That's usually never true with light and water, but there are some diseases magnetism is not as big a deal. And then there's other diseases where it's a huge big deal. And that should be intuitive to most of you. Why? Because that snakes and tarantulas and scorpions actually can live in the desert. But are they special animals that have special adaptations that allow them to do that? The answer is yes. Mm-hmm. And guess what? The same thing is true at humans. This is the reason why people in Kenya don't look like people from Sweden.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's just so clear that there is not everything is based on, your N=1, right? So there's
that's what mitochondrial medicine's all about. Right. But I will also tell you that I think the basic stuff in circadian biology and mitochondrial medicine can be trained by influence. The problem is influencers are now beginning to do what this guy Robert Young did. They're too big for their britches, and they're getting involved in things they shouldn't get involved in. And when they do, they're going to get bit. I mean, I can tell you, I've had huge problems with this specific issue with, acupuncturists and some chiropractors doing things they just have no business doing. And I think you need to be careful with that. Now, are there acupuncturists and chiropractors that I think are perfectly good? Why? Because they understand their scope and they understand what the limits are they can do. And doctors who do have an MD, you'll figure it out pretty quick when you talk to them. Like they don't have a problem telling you, look, I really don't know about this issue. And when they're telling you that, you may think, well, this guy's useless. What am I paying him for? No, they actually did something beneficial to you because they don't want to hurt you. They're telling you, I don't know. I don't think that this is either important or maybe I don't understand, that's kind of important for you guys to hear as well.
Yeah.
But the
Yeah,
basics
hanging there.
anybody can figure out. Light and dark,
Mhm.
circadian biology, that stuff's not hard.
Yeah.
But how they teach it and how you learn it, if you're missing big pieces and they just tell you, well, that's all you need to know, yeah, you better be careful.
Yeah, not the case. I really also appreciated your talk with Dr. Alexis and Scott Zimmerman on light. So that was really just.
I thought that was the most bizarre podcast I've done in 5 years.
It was definitely strange, but it was very educational. I mean, it was interesting to see where he was at. And you know,
I had no idea where he was at, to be honest.
But I mean, those are the types of things that, you gave him a lot of information, so hopefully he can research that. But I mean, it was very interesting to be able to watch and just see where he has his science and what you were able to share with him, so that hopefully, once again, he's one of these people that are going to grow and learn. And so that he's able to then, when he talks, be more educated and accurate with what he's saying.
Yeah, I mean, I would tell you the corollary to that example was the guy Max Gulhane. When I did that 3-part series with him, he was a complete skeptic, ER doctor from Australia, and I talked to him, trained him, and now he's now completely flipped from being a food guru to a light guru. And people have asked me why I haven't done more podcasts with him, and I told them, look, he's in Australia and he's supporting some of the people that support Kiara and Kiara herself. I'm out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if you're going to support people that I think harm people, I'm sorry, I'm out.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I appreciated that podcast anyway. Like, I know it was weird, but it was very informative for the average person, because most people don't know those things. And then you were able to point out so much that also gives other people to research as well.
Well, I mean, I'm glad that you're telling me that you found it useful. I just thought it was crazy, to be honest with you. I sat back after I did that, and I even said to Alexis, I said, I don't even know where this guy was coming from. And I know who he works with, and who he works with, I'm very, very skeptical of, because a lot of that stuff he's now being pushed through the Stanford side. And some of the people who I know I don't trust.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just very, very concerned that people are going to get sold the bill of goods when it comes to light. That I'm concerned about. But we'll see. I mean, right now I'm a big skeptic about that stuff, but I'm open-minded. And if the people think that the world can be changed by new light bulbs, great. I don't. And I made that pretty clear.
Yes. I would say you made that very clear. And I think one of the big points, anybody listening, is how, they already know that it makes us sick. And I mean, and that we need to be decentralized, and we need to ask questions, and we can't just believe what people tell us. So I thought it was very effective in that way of really inviting people to question everything from how you walked through with him, would be my thought. So,
well, I'm glad for the feedback, because I just felt like I don't know if I'd ever sign up for another podcast like that again.
Yeah, well, I would say you did a very good job on educating people. You weren't talking directly to people to educate them, but it was through him. And I mean, I feel like it really would. I just feel like it's going to open a lot of eyes, people's eyes with that. So I would say, well done.
You doke.
Okay, thanks, Uncle Jack.
All right, bye-bye.
Oh, that was fun.
Okay, next we have Katie.
Hey, Dr. Jack.
Welcome.
Hello.
Hi. So I've been following you for a long time, and I've made a lot of changes, had positive health outcomes, and I've been a little bit tied because I'm in the military, so can't just get out of it. I have a contract, so I'm fulfilling that, but I'm due to retire here in about a year. And I'm looking to go, so I'm in Mobile, Alabama, and I'm looking to buy about 200 acres in Mississippi near one of the national forests. And then I want to build kind of like a homestead arc, kind of a grounded house, something different, is my goal. But my question is, I'm potentially looking at possible like medical disability just because I was in aviation and have back problems. I'm not seeking Western medicine to help me at all, but I also am not sure I really want to opt into that system and have to do maybe an MRI of my back and all of that kind of additional stuff. I'm really weighing if I want to just go my own way and not be tied to the VA medical.
Well, I mean, you have to remember, there's another option here. You can use the VA for the things that you want, but it doesn't mean that you have to be compliant with what the VA is going to ask you to do. And here's the good thing. The VA is so mismanaged that there'll be no follow-up anyway. So I would tell you how I would use my military disability, if you want to call it that. I would absolutely use it for screening tests. That means blood tests, MRIs. Absolutely let them do it so you don't have to pay for it. But then what you need to do is hire people to tell you, hey, this is what I see. You're going to get the radiologist version who works through the VA. They may send you to the orthopedic or neurosurgery clinic. But then what you're going to want to do is say, okay, that's great. You can do that. I'll sit through that. Give me the centralized lens. But then you get the decentralized lens and say, okay, what can I do about this on my 200-acre farm? You know, what are the things I can do there? Or if there's a perspective that you get from the decentralized thing, you can also run that back on the centralized doctors if there's something about that you don't trust. Like, for example, what I just talked to with the last caller, Christy, that, you know, if you've got some influencer that you favor because you like her on, I don't know, fucking TikTok or something, and you say, I'm going to see what their opinion is on something like that. Or if you wanted to run it up the flagpole of somebody else, you'll be able to take that centralized workup and actually give it to another centralized doctor and see what they say. So in other words, you know what it's like? It's almost like a library card catalog, like when you were a little girl. Like you can take that stuff out, show it, but doesn't mean because all you're doing is show and tell from your military, you know, for want of a better term, I would say the disabilities that you have there.
Okay.
If you have, the reason why I think it's important for you to hear, if you do have a medical problem related to, you know, jumping out of planes and shit like that, where you have degenerative disc disease, you could get service related pay that actually you then could use to help you do the things that you want to do yourself.
That would be exactly what it is. So it would be additional pay on top of my retirement pay, and it would give me more freedom. I just wasn't sure if I was kind of giving away too much information to the VA or like, and
I mean, you are giving away information, but remember, they're actually giving you money too. So that, you know, it is a pay for play. If you are serious about, you know, the privacy, then I could see you being worried about it. I think that's one thing that the military does a pretty good job in the VA system. The system is pretty secure. But what I would do, I would actually get my workup done because, you know, I used to do this when I was in Mississippi at Camp Shelby. I'd have people come out of the field, they do their final workup, and I tell them everything that's wrong with them and document it. And of course, the fucking military got totally pissed off at me because I told them fucking everything under the sun. And they're like, do you have to do this? Because this is going to cost us a problem. I'm like, well, you fucked them up. So, you know, the Hattiesburg Clinic had the contract with Camp Shelby. What do you expect? You don't like what you're getting. And of course, you know, that filters back then to the Hattiesburg Clinic. And what happens? The military stopped sending people my way. What was the number one thing that was a big deal was PTSD and the brain injuries. And there wasn't a dude that came back that didn't have, you know, massive issues related to that. And, you know, I made sure that each one of those patients knew that there were answers for them, but those answers would not be covered in a centralized system. But that didn't mean they should stop, you know, seeking recourse. And you know how the VA system works. You actually have people that kind of hold your hand through that process. And that's why I would tell you, I think the best thing about service-connected illness is document fucking everything and overwhelm your chart. You'll never make a mistake doing that. I think if you do the other way and don't document it, then when say you do develop a problem down the road, then you are, how shall we say, shit out of luck. Because the first thing the military will do, when you're retired, none of this shit was in there, by the way. And
Yeah, definitely.
if you're the idiot that decided not to go do that, sorry, Katie, I have no sympathy for you.
Okay. Yeah, that's really helpful. I was trying to look at it through a savage lens and kind of being like, fuck the system.
No, I'm telling you, there's a way to fuck the system, but really fuck it.
Okay.
Remember, they've been fucking you for a long time. Well,
Yes,
let me
yes,
tell
they
you.
have.
Let me tell you what I want you to do. I really want you to fuck them.
Yeah, I've been doing that for a couple of years. I mean, doing my job and whatnot, but I've been finding ways to be non-compliant and to kind of fuck with things, not to like denigrate anything that the service is doing, but just for my own ways of, carving out my own little bit of freedom and control over everything. So
that's what you should do. I mean, you're serving your country. Your country right now is not serving you.
Right. Okay. Awesome. No, that's great. I didn't ask this question when I emailed it, but I do have a quick question. Given that you picked your house very carefully, and I want to build one, and I'm thinking, I know you've talked about the quartz glass. I want to do a metal roof. I want to kind of put it into a hill, and aim it. So
you might change your tune when you hear, if somebody's going to ask me a question, I think that's going to be asked today.
Oh, okay.
You probably are going to hear a different version of Uncle Jack. So I'm just going to tell you my advice. I've had a couple of people here, 2 families that have been staying with me the last couple of days, one from Mobile, Alabama, and the other one from Mississippi.
No way.
The people from Mississippi are probably listening to this call while they're at the beach because they're not here. They're with a couple of my other members. Let's just say the conversations that we had were, you better be ready, because I don't think living even in the southeast of the United States is going to be tenable much longer. So, Katie Pelkey, if you're going to buy 200 acres and you're going to do it in Mississippi, you realize that you're putting your roots down. That means that you're going to be spending a lot of money. I'm going to tell you, Uncle Jack is no longer part of that vernacular. I think that's a really bad idea.
Okay.
And you'll probably hear later why. But what happened yesterday with Trump's tweet caused Max Kaiser to come to my house for 3 hours for us to talk. And then Elijah Schaefer called me up and said, by the way, that podcast that we did with you that was censored everywhere, we're going to replay it on Twitter last night. And don't you think last night there was over 15,000 people that watched it, because many of the things that I said in there actually have now come through fruition with that tweet and what Bondi's done and things like that. So, before, when I told people that I was pretty optimistic about the United States, Uncle Jack has a fucking black cloud over him. And I think if you're a savage and you're a former military person, I'm just going to tell you, Katie, there's going to come a day in the future that your bosses are going to ask the people who don't retire to begin to shoot at the people in Mississippi.
Oh.
So understand that things are changing. And I just think before you allocate a nice chunk of change that you've got sitting for, defending this country, I want you to be very, very wise, because I think the canary in the coal mine is going to be the next midterm election. If the midterm election goes bad, you are literally then one election away from Venezuela.
Right.
Let me ask you a question. You want to have 200 acres in Venezuela when you're not going to be able to get out? I mean, that would be like you being a pilot in, let's say, a helicopter that's burning and you don't have any parachutes. And the door is welded shut. How are you going to feel then?
Yeah, like a rock in the sky falling out of it.
All right. So what I'm kind of telling you right now, read between the lines. Pay very big attention, because all the things I've been worried about the last 2.5 years, they are now coming to fruition. And I no longer believe, I think the safety window, even now for the United States, is now at risk. I think the United States is on the same path as Canada, Australia, and Europe.
Roger. And I guess that has like a really strong financial tie, is what you're saying.
Oh, for you it does. I mean, you just told me, and you're telling me you're going to throw, chunk of change down on 200 acres. Well, if I told you that the guy that lives here, I should say in Mississippi, who I just had this conversation with over the last 4 days, I guarantee he's probably listening to this and chuckling right now, because I lit him and his wife up like a fucking Christmas tree. And I told him, I said, dude, you may not be able to get out. The other people from Alabama are on the plane right now. They just got on the plane today. And I think his wife was shell-shocked what I told her. They weren't expecting it. But then again, I wasn't expecting the tweet, and I certainly wasn't expecting Max Kaiser to come over and sit with me for 3 hours while everybody else was partying with the Mitos down at the Bitcoin Mansion on the beach. But I'm just going to tell you, things have radically changed.
Roger. Yeah, that sucks.
Well, I know it does, but remember what I told you, embrace the suck. It's better that you have this, in your memory banks. And what I think that you need to do, because you are in a state of flux. The one good thing about your situation is you are where you are. It's probably better that you have this information now than say you get it after you bought the 200 acres, because then you're going to assume that there's going to be some other idiot out there that's going to do this, and take it off your hands. No. The collateral effects of the tweet is the real big issue. And I would imagine whoever I do the next like 5 podcasts with, boy, are those podcasts going to be interesting.
Okay. And this is the tweet where he stands by Pam Bondi.
Well, not only Pam Bondi, but also tells you that Obama, Bush, and everybody else created the Epstein list.
Yeah.
Okay? So anybody who still thinks that fucking MAGA has any juice left, I got news for you. You're a bigger fucking idiot than you can imagine.
Yeah, definitely feels like there was a little bit of hoodwinking or swindling going on there.
There's only one thing left that we need Trump to do, and that's he's got literally until the midterms to get this Bitcoin thing right. If he doesn't get the Bitcoin thing right, I'm going to tell you, the United States, in my opinion, becomes uninhabitable.
Roger. Yeah. Okay.
And do I trust any of them? No. Do I trust any of your bosses? Absolutely not.
Right. I don't either. I know a
You just got
Dow.
to put it in memory banks and realize it's a big deal. And I understand the implications of this are huge, but nobody is paying me to to sit here and blow smoke up your ass. I'm just telling you, it's got a big implication for me, because I have 2 retards back in the United States, my son and my daughter. And then Chantal's got 2 retards, her 2 sons. And to be honest with you, those are my anchors, and I'm going to have to deal with that. And I have to, like, things that the collateral effects of all this. That's why Max was here yesterday. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I think I've made like the decision in my mind, even though I'm not quite there, that in a way we kind of have to just watch the world burn, because some people aren't going to.
Right. I hate to say it, but I actually now believe that as well. I think there's going to be very few places to avoid the machine. And Max is getting ready to go back to the United States and sell his place in North Carolina. That is a big signal.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
I remember you're talking about people who have a lot of Bitcoin, and what are we doing? We're the turtle retracting our tail our heads and our legs while you're telling me you want to buy 200 acres. And I'm sitting here going, Katie, I think you better hold the door.
Okay. Yeah, and speaking of Bitcoin, and I haven't been able to get on the forums because I was a Gmail user, but going to Proton now. I just got my cold storage, but I don't know if you have a preferred brand or.
No, there's really no preferred brand, but do I even think that the collateral effects of what I told you now, big issue. I mean, I can tell you around this table yesterday, how you look at storage now needs to be really parsed out because of what I think may happen. Like I said, I'm being very cagey here because I think the next couple of podcasts that I have, I would expect me to vomit a lot out. But right now, I'm still assimilating kind of what's happened recently in the United States and almost can't believe what I'm hearing.
Okay, Roger. Yeah, you only own what you custody mantra
Correct.
has been in my head, and I've even started looking down DRSing my stocks.
It's a big deal. I'm going to tell you what you just hit on. This now should be everybody's top issue. Like if you don't self-custody, and how you look at anchors in your life now, oh my God. This is it's huge. I just can't tell you. Like it's ramped up exponentially. Where you live in the United States, I will tell you this, where you're talking about, being probably the last place that'll burn. God bless. I think the burn rate it's going to be bigger than you think. I used to think we had 5 or 10 years. 18 months.
Wow.
So that's why I said you're retiring at the right time.
Yeah, that was scary. Okay.
No, what would be scary is you said, "Hey, Jack, I'm going to retire in 20 years."
Right. Oh,
Then you should be really scared.
Yeah, I talked to a junior enlisted person who was my Uber, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I just joined a few years ago," and I'm just like, "Oh my God, please don't." Like the stuff they do. Yeah. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
All right. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you, Katie. Okay, next we have Claire. Claire, can you go ahead and unmute your line, please? Welcome.
Hi, Jack.
So,
Just wanted to thank you really first off for your advice. Last month you suggested we get on straight away with selling our house. So I did the very thing the next day, rang estate agents, got them round, got it up for sale, and we've actually sold the house.
awesome.
So we're getting everything together now for obviously visas, getting all that paperwork together so we can take that over with us. Just wanted to ask you, with what you've just said, is
I figured what I just said for you, you're probably like, thank God I sold the house.
Absolutely. I mean, I could relate with is it Katie? I could relate with what you were saying to her. Was exactly, well, you gave me a little bit harsher last month, but I needed it because we had no intention of putting the house up for sale for at least 6 months, probably sort of early on next year.
You may not have 6 months where you live.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're, getting everything we're selling things, we're getting everything ready to, go. But just hitting on what you just said, is Panama still a good choice?
Yeah, Panama is, in fact, I did a couple of consults this morning with people, and I think Panama is a good choice. I will tell you that I actually had this conversation with Max. Max has now reached out to the mayor of Panama City. He's going to do a golf tournament there for this reason. We're going to go down there and scout everything out for the second passport, or third passport. And the reason why is we think the oasis for what is about to happen will probably be Central America, but not all of Central America. We don't think Mexico will be safe. We don't think Belize is going to be safe. We're like this on Guatemala. We think Salvador, maybe Honduras, Costa Rica, Nicaragua, Panama, probably the best. There'll be places in South America you'll be okay. I think Lima you'll be fine, meaning Peru. Uruguay, probably Buenos Aires. The absolute place you must not go in South America is Brazil, Colombia, Suriname, Guyana, Chile,
Right.
probably Bolivia. But do I think that this is going to be the place that you're going to want to be? Every other place in the world right now, to me, is extremely suspect.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Well, we're we're looking forward to it. We're happy with that choice. So yeah, we're getting on with things.
I mean, it's great news that you bring. I mean, I think if you thought I lit you up last month, God forbid if you asked me that question right now, I would tell you, girlfriend, don't even sell it. Just get the fuck out because you may not be able to get out.
Yeah, I
I
mean,
gotta be honest with you, I think that may happen in the United States. People don't realize that if people like Elizabeth Warren and AOC and Bernie Sanders get even any power at all in the midterms, it's over. You're facing Venezuela, and they will lock down on and off ramps. I don't even think. I should probably say this because I talked to you and Katie now. I mean, without beating around the bush, I'm at the point now where I don't even know if you can keep your Bitcoin in Unchained Capital anymore. Why? Because Max and I think that Michael Saylor, Jack Mallers, and all the Bitcoin treasury companies are now going to be looked at as places that will lend their Bitcoin to people like Larry Fink and the Commerce Secretary, who is God, I'm blanking on his name, Lutnick. And they will use that Bitcoin to market make. And what will they attempt to do by the year 2030 in America? They will confiscate your Bitcoin. In other words, if your Bitcoin is at Unchained Capital, they will confiscate it. You will get paid out in whatever it's worth at that time. But realize what happens when that happens. Bitcoin likely will go up hundreds of thousands of dollars and the money will go down. So that means, just say if you're a billionaire in the United States like Saylor, you will never be able to recapture that loss because the state will, through eminent domain, take what they're going to take. Why? Because they're way behind. And you have to realize these guys have had the opportunity in the first 100 days to get their shit together. They haven't got their shit together. And Trump's tweet yesterday clearly shows you that you have an attorney general that's not going to prosecute any of these criminals, and they're fucking denying obvious facts. You can't trust any of them anymore. And that means even a multi-sig option for your kids, if you're in Europe or you're in there and you're using Unchained, anything that the government can physically confiscate, no. I actually am at the point now where physical custody of your Bitcoin for the next 5 years probably is the best choice.
So that's with
what's going on.
So that's with the like a Trezor.
Well, yeah, but remember when you leave where you're leaving, and I can't talk about this on a Q&A. This is going to have to be something like Max came over yesterday.
Yeah.
People that are listening to this who have been in my house, I told them exactly how I would do it. The game has changed. Let's just put it that way. And it's not something we can talk about publicly. It has to be something that
What about on a Q&A?
No, Q&A, it's just not safe.
I'm sorry, I meant a consult. I do apologize.
Yeah, I'm not even so sure a consult is that safe. Why? Because the Chinese own fucking Zoom.
Yeah.
I don't think any of this stuff is safe anymore. I think Like if you were going to do something like this needs to be mano a mano. And how to do it? It's that important. It's really important. And I can tell you that there's a lot of old Bitcoiners right now that we're all having the same conversation right now. Like everybody who's an OG Bitcoiner, like you just saw the tweet that Dorsey put out that he's getting ready to be able to keep the Bitcoin network going using Bluetooth. You know, a lot of people think, oh, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
That may be one of the things that fucking saves your life in the next 2, 3, 4 years. That's how big a deal it is. When people start thinking about doing stuff like this, you know the shit's getting knee deep in Washington, D.C. And I'm just telling you, all the stuff that Satoshi warned us about, you know, executive orders and why the executive order for gold confiscation is in the original Genesis block. Don't be surprised if it's coming for Bitcoin.
That's just, well, we was going to put like all the money from the sale of our house.
I don't think you should talk about this at all right now.
Yeah,
Just
okay.
saying. Don't think it's a good idea to talk about.
Yeah, okay, no problem. So I didn't plan on asking you about obviously Panama. It was only the previous lady that prompted me to
Panama
do that.
is a good choice, and I think it's going to be a good choice in the future.
Yeah,
I just think that you have to realize when you go to Panama to get a passport, you're looking at $500,000, and you're lucky because one of our members, David Lamb, actually lives there. David,
I messaged him. I did message him after what you'd said. Yeah, he was really helpful.
Enough to get out of Canada early, and his passport didn't cost him more than like $2,000 or $3,000. But now, because Panama realizes what's going on, now the passport there is $500,000.
Yeah.
But is that still a pretty good deal? Yeah. I'll tell you the reason why. Ask the people in Venezuela how they feel. They can't even fucking get out now. And you're getting ready to face that in the UK very shortly.
Yeah. Okay, so I just wanted to ask you real quick. So Tony has atrial fibrillation, and he's had I think 4 of the COVID jabs. We believe that the AFib was brought on from the jabs. He went to hospital to have a heart ablation to help with the palpitations and such. And when he went in to have that done, he suffered a stroke from them putting the catheter in. He seems relatively sort of better than he was. He was having sort of 2 or 3 episodes a month. And he is probably having about 1 a month. Is there anything else you could advise us we do?
I mean, that's a screaming, you got to get to the tropics.
Yeah.
I mean, it's that simple. If he doesn't change his environment, he's going to fucking die. Simple as that.
So grounding, obviously, as well as the sunrise and
all that's good. Like, this is the perfect example of the gentleman from Europe that asked me about context and magnetism, grounding, all that stuff. Great. But guess what? You got 4 jabs, you are fucked. Okay. Your risk is 20x per jab. That means you have an 80x risk of death. I mean, truth be told, he needs to be living inside the volcano. He needs to be the volcano.
Yeah.
Okay? Why? Because his heteroplasmy rate in his heart and the electrical system is through the fucking roof.
Yeah.
That's the point. Does he need the light? He needs all that. But centralized medicine has already destroyed him.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what you have to understand. So now you have to go full on, just like you're on the Titanic. You got to jump in the cold water. It's going to be unpopular. It's not going to be fun. He's going to get palpitations when he's in there. It's not going to be like when he's at home. He's going to feel uncomfortable. Too fucking bad because he's still alive. He stays where he's going to stay. They will kill him. Just remember, he got the problem from their jabs, and then they just gave him a stroke, which is a consequence of the jabs. Like, how many more mistakes do you got to make? Got it?
Yeah. Yeah.
The damage is already done. The milk is spilled. Get the fuck out. That's
Yeah,
the
we are. Yeah, we are.
simple,
And
not hard.
thank you. And just one last thing. So I've had 3 jabs. I had a hysterectomy 2 years ago. I'm 45. And recently in the last year, I've been starting with hot sweats. But more recently, I would say in the last about 2 or 3 weeks, I've been suffering panic attacks, like really bad. To the point where after sort of, say, a couple, my eyes almost look like they're bulging out my head and I feel absolutely dog shit.
Well, you have to remember, one of the side effects of the jabs is that it actually destroys women's genital urinary systems. You know, we know that the spike protein's there. Since you're in the UK, they'll never let you get the spike assay. But when you get, say, egress out and say you're going to Panama, you probably want to stop somewhere in the United States, get a LabCorp test and find out what your spike protein assay is.
Yeah.
See what the number is. That'll give you an idea truly what your risk is. But I'm not surprised that you're having panic attacks now, because right now what you and your husband are going through is a very stressful thing. You're going through.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
both sick. Our country's falling apart. We're having to fucking get out and we're having to do it fast. Look, this is about as close as the story of 2025 is what people in Europe dealt with in World War II. It's the exact same fucking situation. So I understand the stress that people are under. And I understand what I just said to you and Katie. Didn't lower your stress. It probably raised all of your stress. I get it. Okay. But I'm not here for you to worry about your stress. We're past your fucking stress. Now we're saving your fucking life.
Yeah.
When you're saving your life, all this other shit is superfluous. Okay. You'll figure it out where you get where you're going. That's the key. The key is right now, the ark has got 3 feet of water around it. Time to get on the ark.
Yeah. We're doing it. We're on.
But I certainly would say you are. There's no question about it. And I would say that probably between you and Katie, you probably have woken more people up in the beginning of this Q&A than you can imagine, because all the shit they want to talk to me about now they're not going to want to talk about it. But you did it last month. So there's the quantum entanglement.
Okay, I really appreciate that, Jack. Thanks ever so much.
No problem. Anytime. And good
take
luck.
care. Sorry?
And good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you, Claire. Let's see. Tiffany, you're next. If you can unmute, please.
Hey,
Welcome.
so I was asking about, Trump signing the bill, obviously adding trillions to the deficit.
Any questions?
Like we're just
Still feel good about Boston? Still feel good about Florida?
well, Boston is likely sold. I'm waiting for the official PNS to sign on Tuesday, but I did take $100,000 hit. It's dead here. So yeah, you're right.
So what? I got news for you. If you wait another year and a half, you may not get anything.
I agree. So like, okay. So yeah, we're just super fucked. And
I wouldn't say you're super fucked yet. I'd say Canada, Australia, continental Europe, they're super fucked. You're just waking up to the fact that, oh, you thought I had 5 years. Now I'm telling you, you got 18 months.
so when you say 18 months, does that mean try to be El Salvador, the new place, with before the 18 months? Because once 18 months,
I think you need to have a plan. Your plan needs to be, how am I getting out when they lock everything down? What happens if they confiscate my Bitcoin? What happens if they take Unchained Capital, Swan, wherever the fuck you got it?
yeah.
And here's the big one. Okay, I got this cold card. I got the Trezor. How am I going to go from inside the United States to outside with a wallet? And customs is not going to confiscate this.
Yeah.
You understand that?
I do. So would you say like a plan that could work for people is they literally could get a rental in El Salvador?
I'm not talking about this at all
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
I don't know who's listening, but I know people are listening.
Yeah.
All I'm
All
going
right.
to tell you, just remember, I had 2 people from the NSA in the last 6 months come and tell me they're listening to everything Jack. Okay? So
Yeah.
don't have these conversations on a Q&A.
Yeah.
Really, you really want to know? It's time for you to get off your ass, get on a flight, come down and have a chat. Come and have a chat.
All right. Do you think you're going to do an in-person members event this like November, December, maybe?
That goes to what Dr. Rouse was asking me. I thought I was going to link it to the whole thing, and I am very, very negative on that now as well. I might not. I might decide to do an impromptu get together of everybody, because I do think that may be necessary
Yeah.
to have everybody come down and just hear what they need to hear and then disperse.
Yeah.
Do what you need to do. No, it'll be too late to do that then. It's probably going to have to be end of October, somewhere in November. And no, I don't give a fuck about your holiday plans. They're
No, I like it better over the holiday, actually, but yeah. Okay. Oof. Okay, last bit of question then. So technically, right, I sell my house, I get the chunk of change, I have to pay taxes come April. Could I just take that money, throw it in Bitcoin for now, and then pull it out? But like, you never know. What if I lose, you know?
You can do anything, Tiffany.
Yeah.
Anything possible. But that plan, let's just put it this way. Your plan, if you choose to accept it,
Yeah.
is to make sure you have as little fiat in the bank as possible and have as much
Okay.
Bitcoin as you have and be ready to rock and roll.
Okay.
And are there ways of doing this safely? Yes, there are. That I can tell you.
Okay.
But is it going to make anybody feel comfortable? No.
Okay.
But Uncle Jack didn't do that to you. Your president and your Congress
Yeah.
and your Supreme Court and
Yeah.
your Commerce Secretary and your HHS guy and your Attorney General, like, they're not even fucking hiding anymore. They're the biggest fucking criminals on the planet.
True.
And if you keep fucking playing ball with them, sorry, bro.
Yeah.
You're not getting my
So if people do get stuck, so say like I leave, like, you know, your credit score is not going to matter eventually, right? Like, can we just like leave our
Your
mortgage?
credit
leave
score
our house?
matters if you're in a fiat system. Who gives a
Right.
fuck credit score?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, worst case, I could just like drop stuff and just bounce, right? Technically.
I mean, you have to realize that that question that you asked me tells me that mentally you're not ready for what's coming. You know what you're
Yeah.
like? You're standing at the edge of Mobile Bay and go, "Hey, Jack, why isn't all the water left?" And you're standing there walking out. Where'd the water go, Jack?
Yeah.
I'm so interested in why there's no water here. Like, asking me about a credit score is like asking me in a biophysics class, "Hey, I sure hope they have oysters on this biophysics class."
I know, but it's like, you know, not all of us are going to be able to sell our house we're living in to get out. And like,
Did you
I don't want to
hear
keep
what
paying the
did you
bills.
just hear what I said to the lady from the UK? Did
Yeah.
you hear what I said? For her, it's about getting out. Did you hear what's
Yeah.
happening to her husband and her?
Right.
Tiffany, I don't think you really understand what I'm saying. You are going to be in Venezuela soon. And then you're worried about shit that makes no fucking sense.
Yeah, no, I wanted to make sure it didn't matter that I like leave stuff. So
What do you mean make sure? Use your own fucking coconut. If you're in CCOT and your government's not letting you out and they're gonna confiscate what you got and they're gonna give you money that they're gonna debase because that's how they're gonna get rid of their problem.
right.
Do you understand what you are? You know what you're like? You're like the girl in the dress. We take your boobs out. We strap on the things to milk you. We're taking your blood out of your carotid arteries. We're taking the oxygen out of your lungs. And you're strapped in just like the cows are.
Yeah.
Do you understand? And you're asking me about your credit score.
Well, I don't know. Just this is all like really hard to believe.
that this is really happening. I don't know
Well,
why.
they believed me 10 years ago when I told them it was happening,
Yeah.
but guess what? David Lamb believed it. Tom and Nancy believed it. The people that are down in Atami believed it. But see, they believed it before you did. And you know what? I almost hate to tell you this, but I'm gonna tell you what happened yesterday that kind of was my wake-up call. When Max and I were talking about this for 3 hours, Max said to me, he goes, I don't really give a fuck what happens to the people in the United States. You know why? Because I spent 17 years warning them. He goes, and they all thought we were crazy. And he goes, he looked around, he goes, I know I can come hang out here. I said, Max, the difference between you and me, you don't have any kids. I said, I got 4 retards back in the United States that all think like you think. Guess what? And that's when we started talking about, okay, what do we have to do for retards?
Yeah.
That's exactly what we spent most of the time talking about. And then I had to have the discussion with the people from Alabama and Mississippi. I mean, Chantel's sitting right over here now. She was in the room listening. She'll tell you. One of the ladies left today shell shocked. She goes, I didn't expect this. I said, well, I didn't expect what happened the last 4 days either. But we are where we are. And you need to be ready because guess what? What that poor lady is facing in the UK right now, I think some of you are going to face it. Now, I will tell you this, Tiffany. I think you got more fat on the bone, just like I told Katie, because the Southeast will probably be the last place that burns. But God forbid, you live in New York, New Jersey, California, Illinois, Washington State, Oregon, Arizona, you are beyond fucked. I mean, what's going on right now in California with the ice raids and everything else? I mean, how much more shit do you need to know? And then, there's no list. Pam Bondi doesn't have a desk. We still haven't had one person to leave, but Ghislaine Maxwell's in jail for some reason, I don't know. And I don't know why they had to kill Jeffrey Epstein if there's no list. You tell me.
Yeah. All right. I'll get down there within the next couple of months. Yeah. This sucks.
I don't think it sucks. I think it's what I told Katie. You think it sucks, but I'm going to tell you, I think it's better to have Windex on your glass eyes to really, truly understand what's going on. Because you know what really sucks? Is when you're in Mobile Bay standing there naked and a fucking 30-foot tsunami wave comes and hits you and you go, what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
That sucks.
Well, yeah. Yeah. All right. Thank you as always.
Happy Sunday. Yeah, buenos tardes.
Yeah. And next we have.
I just had I should tell everybody this. I'm taking Spanish lessons now.
Oh.
So I just had my first lesson was Friday, was it? I had my second one today from 10 to 12. And I studied, Chantel did, and Chantel did terrible.
Mm.
I did really good.
Good job. Fun.
I got to learn Spanish because I got to make sure that I can swim faster than all you guys when the great white shark fin comes up.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. We have Emanuela. If you can go ahead and unmute. There you go. Welcome.
Thank you. All the political stuff about the US just reminds me how screwed we are in Canada.
Oh, well, I mean, I got to be honest with you. Try to get out of Canada right now. In fact, I should just call David Lamb up right now and say, David, here's a separate Zoom. You talk to all the Canadians because they didn't fucking listen to me to begin with.
Oh, well, I've been planning my getaways since I just
plan all you want, girlfriend, but you ain't getting out. I can promise you that. They'll let you out. You ain't gonna have any money. Watch.
fiat money or?
No, you're not going to get any money out of Canada. Any. Zero.
I'm gonna have to figure that one out.
Well, you better. If you haven't figured it out by now, I got some bad news for you. You will not get, I would tell you, Monday morning, you should go straight to the Bank of Canada and tell them that you would like to take $5,000 out. And then be prepared for the answer you're going to get. I dare you. I dare you to do it right now. And watch what happens. And then you're going to go, oh.
It happened to somebody I know who tried to get money out to buy property in Mexico.
I got news for you. And, you know, you just heard poor Tiffany crying about taking $100,000 haircut. I got news for you. She's lucky she fucking sold it at all. And I promise you this, when I went back to the United States for a couple of days, coming back from Czech Republic, I drove all around New Orleans with Chantel. Fucking houses for sale everywhere. I talked to the realtors. Nobody's buying. Nobody. The best places in Florida on 30A, nobody's buying. Let me just tell you something. The organism is sick. And if the organism is sick in the United States, it's really bad everywhere else. And that's the problem with all of you. Your inaction, your procrastination has caught you by the seat of your pants. And you will now really learn what being crafty is all about.
I will learn to be crafty one way or another. I have a simple question. I want to make sure I went back to reread all the Leptin series. And I know that you say in there to skip lunch and not dinner. And I was trying to understand why. And I'm wondering, like, does it?
You're gonna eat 2 meals. You're gonna eat 2 meals. I don't care when you eat them. Just make sure it's when the sun's out.
Matter.
Doesn't matter.
Once I tried doing a breakfast and a late lunch, and I would get really agitated, and I had poor sleep. Then when I had dinner,
And you just eat your dinner. Yeah, then you eat your dinner later away. But the reason that happened is because you live in Canada. You don't have shitty light. That's the reason why. But like, when you live in El Salvador, you can eat at 2 o'clock and you won't have to eat again.
Oh,
You have great light. You have shitty light. That's the reason why. We also have better magnetism. Again, we're back to the European guy's question. Well, how does this play a role? You just answered it. You'll be able to eat earlier, 2 meals a day, if you have good light and good magnetism. That's not true for someone who lives in Canada.
And that's also the reason why in the winter I need 3.
Correct. You got it. Why? Because you have to make more heat to live in a place that has no light and is freezing cold. That's what an uncoupled haplotype does. This is basic leptin 101. To be honest with you, this is not really a question. It's probably a good review. It's a good review for everybody to hear. But your abilities, your needs in different environments will change. You'll see that your habits will change. You know, what you want to do will change. Everything is predicated on light. Light controls most of those decisions. That's why it's called the leptin melanocortin pathway. That's why melanin is tied into satiety and feeding. So I don't care when you eat the meal, but if you just said what you said, but my sleep is fucked up, then that means you need to eat it closer to 4 or 5 o'clock. If you were in El Salvador, then you could eat it by 2 or 3 o'clock and not have the problem.
That makes a lot of sense. I just want to make sure I'm on the right track.
Guess what? The UV receptor, the VDR receptors on the inner mitochondrial membrane. You just heard that in the myelination blogs. You just heard it again in the consciousness blogs. Like, you've heard it in every blog, in every series. It's all there. Why did fucking God put the VDR receptor on the inner mitochondrial membrane? Because it stops you from needing electrons from food. Got it? It also protected you from cancer in the great oxygenation event. It's not a fucking mystery. It's not a bug. It's the design. And the reason why it acts differently, when you are in the wrong environment, it gives you different effects. So your question wasn't simple. It's good. And I'm going to tell you, most people, what I just said to you, they keep making that same mistake all the time. Because you know what they don't do? They don't do what you did. I'm going to go back and read the beginning. But guess what? You're going to see that same story over and over and over again in every series and how it ties to all these different diseases.
I'm not caught up yet. I went to number, what was that, 150 of the original blogs on your website, and then I'm going back because I realized I missed so many things and I was reading them, so I'm going
I
back.
got you. There is no blog 150. They're in series. They're in series for a reason. You understand? You're probably following some spreadsheet. Not how you should do it.
Well, I downloaded all the PDFs and I'm just reading them from beginning to
Well,
end.
that's a good way of doing it because that means you're going to go series to series.
Yeah, that's
What
what
am I
I'm
starting to do in some of these new blogs that, they're not new, they're old. I'm starting to link some of the old blogs from old series so you can see, well, how this quilt really works. Like, where did this idea come from? And then when you find, oh shit, he told us this fucking 10 years ago, but I didn't see how it fit. Now I see how it fits. That's really what your question's about.
Yeah.
And actually, your question proves the point that it ain't about food, it's about the light. Why? Because you're like, well, how does meal timing change when I'm in Canada compared to El Salvador? I just gave you the answer. Do you think that the UV right now in Canada is equivalent to what I have here in El Salvador? The answer is no fucking chance. In fact, I'll take you a step further. Your best day in Canada is June 21st. My worst day in El Salvador is December 21st, is better than your best day. How do you like that? That's the reason the system is built for light. So you can adapt and you can move and you can go around. That's why it's linked to melanin. That's the reason we don't use melatonin anymore. Melatonin system was replaced early in the eukaryotes by the leptin melanocortin pathway. It's more efficient because it uses light, water, and temperature. Those are the same metrics that the circadian clock uses. That's the reason why timing matters. That's the reason why it's linked to light. That's Morowitz's theorem. You haven't read the new blogs? You don't know what I just said. It's in there. But just so you know, that's not a new statement. That statement is in the first original 3 leptin blogs. Just doesn't have a lot of the words. You're like, okay, he's telling us to do all this stuff, but not fucking telling us why. Why? Because how am I going to teach somebody who doesn't know dog shit about biophysics? Just do what I tell you and zip it. Then over time, all the pieces start fitting and you go, oh, I got you now, bro. It may take you 150 blogs, may take you 50, may take you 25. But you're going to get there. Everybody has their own critical mass.
Well, I'm working through them all, so I'll get there.
All right.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
Thanks.
All righty.
Okay, next we have Joy. Joy, can you go ahead and unmute your line, please?
Hi, Jack. I'm
Hello.
a newbie from New Zealand, so we're in a bit of a shithole too. So I've only been with you for a short time, and I hadn't been in Bitcoin I had and lost it, but you've given me confidence to get back in, and I'm back in, and got it off the net. So thank you for that. Question is, I inherited a Rife machine and wanted to know. I've done some research on the forum on it, but what is your say on it? What's your opinion?
A lot of, I think this is probably the best way to say. There's a lot of science tied to the machine, but there's also a lot of bullshit tied to the machine.
Yeah.
Because remember, when he came up with all these ideas, this was in a time where quantum mechanics was not even formalized. It was in the process of being built. So there's a lot of things about it that are right, especially when it comes to resonance and frequency. But many of the things the influencers have taken from these machines and sold to people, total garbage. So the way I look at it, I look at Rife machines the same way I look at red lights. I'm okay if you use them. I don't think anybody knows what they're doing with them. I don't think anybody understands the real risks. The way you're built is you're built by nature. You're smarter to build or rebuild your biology using natural resonance and frequencies. And then if you want to use the machines or use the red lights, say, to navigate your shitty life and your shitty choices, I'd be okay with that. But understand what you're doing. It's kind of like not understanding the risks of something and thinking that, okay, the drive-through solution can solve, me going out in the sun. If you believe that, then you should just change the channel now and leave. Nothing replaces light, water, magnetism. Zero. Okay. Nothing.
Okay, got that 100%. You've just opened up a whole lot of.
Oh, I figured I was gonna. I got to be honest with you. I knew that the last 2 days doing this Q&A, I actually said to Chantal, I said, I almost wish the Q&A wasn't this week because I've had a lot of people calling me, asking me, dude, what are you making of all this? I'm like, you don't want to know. When Max Kaiser comes over to have Uncle Jack time, I can tell you the shit is hitting the fan. Okay.
Yeah.
And, I'm not scared. I'm not afraid. It just means that what I thought was going to happen is actually happening. And I think because I understand it, I know what needs to happen. The problem is, I don't think any of you do. You all thought that this was impossible. And now you need to realize just how bad it is. And it's worse in certain places in the world. And it's better in others. And what you have to do, it's just like when you're in Vegas, when you sit down and you have $100,000 and you're playing 21. The guy next to you that keeps getting kings and aces, he's having a good night. You keep getting deuces and threes. You're fucked. So the smart move is, okay, I'm going to take my money and go fucking do something else. And that's really the situation you're at. And then you have to decide, okay, what's my margin of safety? Do I have enough in my tank to get going? And then you have to ask the really tough question. Even though I have enough air in my tire, can I get across the border without it getting confiscated? That is a really different kind of question, because there's going to be a lot of Bitcoiners out there that I can tell you that made the correct decision, have enough air in their tires, and they ain't getting out.
Sure. Okay. So it needs to be a face-to-face to have to actually find out with you to actually
it's just not safe. It's not safe to talk about this.
I realize that.
And
I know that, but
when I was in Prague, I had a lot of face-to-face with people, and I warned them. The only place I think in Europe that's really safe now is the former Soviet bloc. Why? Because those people are never going back to
that's true.
Centralization.
Okay.
And believe it or not, if I was in Europe or I was in Australia or in Asia, I would actually probably move to those countries as a temporary safe haven to get out. The other place I think is kind of safe, this is going to shock you because me and Max talked about this, the BRICS countries. All the BRICS countries, with the exception maybe South Africa. Anybody who's a mortal enemy of the United States, North Korea, Iran, and Russia, those passports are actually worth something now. How do you like that?
Oh, God. Yeah.
And do you think there's going to be a gold-backed ruble that 52% in this flux period between probably 18 months and 10 years? We think things will be settled less in dollars, more in gold-backed currencies, and more in Bitcoin. And we do think when Bitcoin begins to ramp up, it then becomes an enemy of the state, and the state is going to react violently. Max thinks that number is between 200 and 400,000. He now believes that will be at 200,000 relatively quick, because he thinks the reason the number is being held down now is because they're using these treasury companies to actually manipulate the market with Lutnick and Fing.
Yeah. Okay, you've given me, as all of us probably, a good wake-up call, but it was a gut feel that when you said it, it was like, yeah, it's the truth. Thank you. I'm going to let somebody else come on because I've got to go, but I'll keep listening later. Thanks, Jack.
Thank you. Okay, next we have Allison. Allison, can you unmute your line, please? There you are.
Hi, Dr. Cruz.
Low.
I missed the first hour because the
Good.
school.
It's probably good for you. Your blood pressure will be lower.
Yeah, I can handle that. So my question, the first question is about New Zealand. I want to know your
Not
diagnosis.
even close. Horrible choice.
Yeah, so what's the what's the alternative for
Listen to
New
the first hour that you missed.
Okay.
I answer all this stuff. It's already been asked and answered. But New Zealand, Australia, out. Totally out. And if you want to find out why, ask anybody who lives there to go take $5,000 out of the bank right now. Tell me how that works for you. See the response you get. I met people in Prague that were from New Zealand that had to borrow money on their credit card to get there because they couldn't take money out of the bank.
Yeah, we don't have money in the bank. We got it in Bitcoin.
You shouldn't say that here, and that's a good thing because that's one of the things that you do want. But then you have to make sure that when you go across the border, that you don't have that Bitcoin anywhere on your person, so it could be confiscated.
Okay.
So you have to have a plan, and that plan is not to be discussed on a Q&A. Why? Because
Okay.
everybody's listening.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so the next question, I'm not sure is appropriate. So multi-sig, you don't recommend it anymore. So there's a
Well, it's
treasure.
not that I don't recommend it. It's just that how you do the multi-sig matters. So it's the manner in which it's done. Multi-sig is going to be good for families. In fact, I'm going to tell you, when you have people in your family that are anchors that will not take the warning well, when things get really bad, that multi-sig may save their life because they'll be able to get food and survive where they're going to be for a period of time. But the person who actually has made the right choices has to be the one that's physically custodying the Bitcoin. The person that's actively in Venezuela cannot.
You're talking about the cold
wherever that Bitcoin is stored, it can't be in a place that can be confiscated by the state. So the classic example is Unchained Capital. If Lutnick, Trump, and say, I don't know, Besant tell Unchained Capital overnight that we want to confiscate and nationalize all the Bitcoin that you hold, we'll make everybody whole on Monday morning. They will take all your Bitcoin on Saturday or Sunday. This will get announced on CNBC. You'll get your money back. At that time, Bitcoin will be at $400,000, and you will be compensated for what it was on Saturday. Okay. Got it? So guess what the answer is? Don't let fucking anybody custody your Bitcoin, ever, but you.
You're talking about the cold storage, right? Not hot.
I'm talking about your sovereignty. You need to custody your Bitcoin. This is the single most important part of Bitcoin right now. And you need to have very little money in the bank because they will confiscate that as well. They're going to have to do something, but when they realize they're truly losing control in the next midterm election and all the retards that were in power last time come back, it ain't going to be pretty. It's going to look like California everywhere in the United States overnight with people fucking fighting and doing all kinds of shit. The fact that people right now think it's a good idea to go and fight guys of ICE to take illegal aliens out, actually in our country. Just imagine when the government has turned the military on you to go find your Bitcoin wallet. Where do you store your Bitcoin? That's what's coming. And if you decide to stay in the United States, they're going to say that's fine, but you have to turn over the keys for your Bitcoin. That's what's coming.
New Zealand is
All Michael Saylor's Bitcoin is going to be property of the state, and they're going to use it to make markets so that they can maintain their control.
So you think New Zealand is tiny? We actually have
Hey, let me just make it clear. If I can't make it any more clear, Los Angeles is a better fucking choice than New Zealand. New Zealand is a fucking prison. And it's like Alcatraz, except bigger. Is that clear?
Yeah, very clear.
Good.
So sell the house. We actually building all of this food forests and all the gardens. We are self-sufficient. We thought
You were listening to the Q&A, which you're going to do. You would have just heard a lady from the UK, what she told the audience. She listened to me from last month. She sold the house she's getting out. And now she's got same kind of problems you got. Katie was going to buy 200 acres in Mississippi and kind of do what you're doing. Guess what? Katie ain't going to do that anymore. You need to listen to the first hour. You aren't here on time. You're late and you missed the big part of that hour. I promise you. And you need to go back and listen to it. Shelve all your questions, then come back. Start asking questions on the forum after you hear what's been said. And no, we don't care about your plan. Your plan prior to the last 3 or 4 days, it was great for then, but guess what? It's now time to change course.
Do you're talking about the BRICS? Are you saying China is I mean, I'll never want to go back.
I would go to China. I'm telling you that the United States is soon going to be China. That's what I'm saying. And you're soon going to be settling dollars in a digital yuan and also in a gold-backed ruble and in Bitcoin and likely in a European digital dollar. That's what's going to happen very soon. Why? Because the people in the United States have not got their shit together. And once everybody realizes this happens, literally overnight, the government is going to take your Bitcoin when you're in the United States, and they are going to act to stabilize markets. Exactly what they did in 1933 and exactly what they did in 2008 with TARP. They will use taxpayer money to stabilize the markets. And remember, there's no money. There's $37 trillion in debt. The only way to stabilize the treasury market is with Bitcoin, and that's Bitcoin they don't have. But they think they have it, and they're coming for yours.
All right, I have another question on UPE. I'm not sure if I wanted to ask anymore. Where in the forum I can ask?
Well, it depends on the question. I mean, you can ask any question on the forum, but there's a lot of stuff on the forum about UPs already. So I don't know what the question is that's probably not been answered. It'd be way more wise for you to go on the forum and search what your question is and see if the answer is there. And if you don't find the answer, then ask the question on the forum.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. And I will
listen to the first hour. That's all I'm going to tell you.
Okay. Thank
Good
you.
luck. No problem. Anytime.
Okay, thank you. Anthony, you're next to speak live.
Hi, Jack. How's it going?
Welcome.
Oh, I've had better days.
I'm not sure the relevance of my question in the context of everything that's been said, but what I'd wanted to ask you was, in keeping in mind there's a lot of new people here, to get the optimum results from being in the sun and all of your protocols, how important is it to have a EMF mitigated sleep sanctuary? And I think everybody understands the importance of reducing RF, really, but 60 hertz is the one I'm thinking about.
I was going to say, though, it's really important for like the lady that called that's triple jab. her husband that's quadruple jab because she has no ability to turn on the leptin melanocortin pathway. What does dirty electricity? What is RF? What does all non-native EMF cause? It destroys fucking melanin. Okay. So what does that mean? That means the nightmare is everywhere. It's not one thing or the other. It's everything. So you have to worry about it. Now, to go with the first European guy's question about magnetism, and also to Emanuela's question, that if you live at the 13th latitude, are any of those things, are they mitigated by the environment you're in? The answer is yes, it is. Why? Because you can constantly turn that on, which you can't do in the UK. That's the real issue. So yeah, we want it to be better in every location you're at, but there also has to be some context. Like if somebody has a minor problem in their house, I don't know, say at the 6th north latitude, that's a whole lot better problem than having it at fucking 52. So do we want you to fix it? The answer is absolutely yes. But at the same time, be smart about it. If you got a courtyard that's safe, spend more of your time in the courtyard. Mitigate the EMF problem. Change your wiring. Fix the problem. You know, if you have to mitigate through, you know, magnetic shielding and putting metal in, that's fine. If you can't afford the new wiring, you can't afford a new panel box, that's fine. I'd even be okay with you selling some Bitcoin to do that if you're going to save or stay in that environment for a long period of time. Those things are all important. But if you don't get that message and you're a member of this site, I think you're already fucked. Why? Because that leptin melanocortin pathway basically is the motherboard that runs the entire photobioelectric control panel of who you are. And if you need to have that lesson, boy, you're in trouble.
So a lot of people are familiar with the RF issues, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, but what about, I was asking specifically about the 60 hertz or the 50 hertz in Europe? How does that affect the...
Everybody knows it's huge. I mean, I don't think you can get through Furstenberg's book, Becker's books, or even Marino's books and not realize that it's a problem. I mean, I just did a consult with a guy today who's got a new diagnosis of ALL, and I told him about Judy Wertheimer's studies on electricity that Becker talked about in several of his books. Realize that study's done in 74 to 77. This isn't new stuff. The problem is it's out there. But this is my point that I made to a couple of the other members. Like, if you're not fucking reading this stuff and you're coming in and you, I mean, literally, you can open up any page on the forum and see that this is an issue. You have a duty then to either read the blogs, ask the question, or read a book. This to me is, it's almost like saying, hey, is oxygen important when I have mitochondria? That's kind of how I look at this kind of stuff. And I think everybody knows how important it is, but the context is also important. Is this a bigger deal for people who have uncoupled haplotypes that live high latitude? Absolutely. Is it as big a deal for people who live inside the tropics? No, because you already live in a better environment and you have the availability to turn on that leptin melanocortin pathway very easily if you just take your clothes off and go outside. Even if you're standing next to a 5G antenna, you're still likely going to do better. And if you struggle inside the tropics with these issues, that tells you just how bad you really are. That means you can't fix your problem in 2 or 3 weeks to El Salvador. Okay? That crazy idea has got to go. But where you get where you're going to be, like if you're going to do what Katie talked about and buy 200 acres, all this shit's important. Why? Because you're going to be, that's your citadel. You've got to make sure that these things are good, especially if you're spending a lot of time in that house. And the most important place in your house is where you sleep. If you don't get that message and you're a member of this site, I mean, you're in the wrong place.
I have people calling me all the time asking me about this, and I just wanted them to hear it from you. I appreciate, maybe I'll cut down some of the calls I get with people asking about.
I bet you they're not my members.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Oh, that's pretty sad.
There's
That
a lot
really
of it.
is sad.
Yeah. there's a lot of material on the forum. It takes new people a while to dig in and get through it. So I just kind of trying to bring that up on the radar for everybody. Thank you.
I mean, non-native EMF is a huge issue. It's probably the #1 issue of the day. Can't get better living in Chernobyl. You just can't. I mean,
Right.
I'm sorry. There's no other option. I mean, you need to realize that's what the government is using to control you. That's the whole
Yeah.
basis of the MK Ultra program. The sicker you are, the easier you are to control, and the easier you're going to be to steal your Bitcoin. I mean, look at your country mates that you just heard. 3 jabs, 4 jabs, a stroke after having all that. I mean, dude, what fucking else do I need to say?
I
mean,
saw the writing on the wall 40 years ago and left. I'm in
that's
Oregon
what I'm
now.
saying. I'm trying to tell people, look, it's obvious what the problem is now. If you're not seeing it, it's almost like what Satoshi Nakamoto said about Bitcoin. If you don't remember when he said this in 2011. I'm sorry if you don't understand it. I don't have time to explain it to you. See you. That's 15 years ago in Bitcoin. This kind of question, that's kind of how I feel about it. If I got to explain this to you, bro, you got way bigger problems than you can ever imagine. I mean, we're taking on huge amounts of water. We're talking about there's certain people here, their arc is getting hit with waves already.
Yeah. We help a lot of people mitigate and get sorted out and straightened out. But it is interesting how many people just aren't aware of the importance of the issue. So again, thank you for sharing that. That's all I've got for today. Thanks.
Okie doke.
Thank you, Anthony. Okay, next we
I think
have.
that's so concerning to me to hear that he's getting calls from our members about that topic. I'm like, I think that stuns me more than what I've said already.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of new members. They've got to get through everything, and
even though they're new members, they got to know that non-native EMF is not good
No.
for you. Why are you signing
that's
up?
that's the #1 lesson. I mean,
that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like, whoa.
Exactly. Okay, so next we are going to have Terrell. Terrell, if you can go ahead and unmute your line.
Hey, Jack.
You're welcome.
So in the Decentralized Medicine 6C blog, you mention how UPEs are likely energetic waste, but they could be signals for other humans to decode or basically use as information. And then you also describe about, quantum entanglement and light entanglement between people.
Yep.
So I wanted to ask, what are the quantum consequences of multiple lifetime sexual partners versus only one?
Well, that's interesting because there is a thread on the forum about this. It's called microchimerism. And unfortunately, ladies are the receptacle of this. I don't know of any studies like in gay men who are, I guess you would say, the receiver more often than not having microchimerism. But I would tell you, based on what I know, I still don't think the effect is as big in men as it would be in women. But women clearly retain pieces and parts of the men's they've slept with. And the more they've sampled, there is evidence already to show that there is a detriment to that. And do we really know yet what the detriment is? No. Do I think some way down the road when we have better technology to measure, UPEs inside the cell? Because to me, that's where the magic is. The stuff that, is in Roland Van Wyck that comes out of your tongue and your fingers and all that, I think that's waste energy. And that waste energy still has a purpose. So I give you an example. When the sun hits you and you look down at the ground, you see your shadow, right? The shadow isn't you. But does that shadow still give you information about you on the earth? Yeah, you can actually tell when it's solar noon by looking at your shadow. You can tell when it's closer to sunset. You can tell when it's more in the AM. The ancients used that. And I believe that even the waste product isn't really wasteful, that there is information that another person can still harness about that other person? The answer is yes. So do I believe there's a consequence for that? Yes. Do I know whether it's negative or a positive connotation? I don't know that answer today. If I was betting and guessing based on what I know, I think it's a negative connotation.
Do you think that it could manifest as like a mitochondrial disease in the offspring?
Yeah, I think it's possible that you can have transgenerational epigenetic changes. I think most of the modern diseases from 1940 on now are consequences of transgenerational epigenetics. I think where now the original ones came out in those first 2-3 generations since the AC power grid out, but now I think they've morphed on top of each other. And I think it's gotten very, very complicated for certain diseases. But at the same time, as that casino deck is being shuffled, do I actually believe that there's going to be some positive adaptations from an evolutionary standpoint that make certain people more resistant to, say, living in an environment that is non-native? The answer is yes. I do believe there's going to be some people that are going to be, I don't want to say mutants, but they'll be the next generation of humans that have the ability to control their frequency and their ion resonance, to control, like, calcium is a second messenger in your mitochondria, where it won't drive ROS signaling, and they'll be able to downregulate some of the pathologic UPEs that are being made. I firmly believe that that will happen, but do I think that that pathway will take out billions of modern humans that way? If you were to ask me to break it down, I think people that are tightly coupled would probably have the best chance of being the next iteration of Homo. But do I believe that there's people that are uncoupled that also will have that ability? The answer is yes. Why? Because there's certain things about the three-legged stool that will make them hardy. For example, I said one early today about the people that live in Northern Europe at the 63rd latitude in Iceland. These people are some of the hardiest people in the world, and they live in rough environments, but they also embrace that environment. The flip side of that is you just go, I guess, east, and you see how people in Finland, Sweden, and Norway are living. They're suffering more than the people in Iceland. Why? Because they're not protecting themselves as much as, or I should say they're protecting themselves too much, whereas the people in Iceland are really, really hardy. And I think the major difference is the amount of volcanism and the amount of groundwater that Iceland has is off the chain good. And I don't believe that the rest of Scandinavia has that. So I would think they would do well. I also think that some of the indigenous people that lived in the Northwest Territories in Alaska would do pretty good. The problem is the United States poisoned most of them, probably in the 40s, 50s, and 60s. So I don't know how pure they are. I also think the Sherpas are going to rock and roll. I think the Sherpas are, if you've been following the last couple of series, it should be blatantly obvious to you two now why hypoxic training at altitude with UV has led to superhumans in them. Why? Because they're stronger than people that go to the gym. They understand. They're the perfect example of why muscle hypertrophy is a detriment in a non-native EMF environment. And to me, like when Alexis Jasmine asked me that question, and several other podcasts have asked me that question, people don't realize that that's an anchor around your neck. When you have mitochondria under attack, having more muscle is a fucking detriment. But if you have muscle that's way more efficient, oh God, is that a huge advantage? And that gets to the core of the issue that you're asking me right now. We already see that adaptation in the Sherpas now. Why couldn't we see the same type of adaptation that controls, calcium flows in mitochondria in the future? I think it's going to happen. And I think out of the pathologic people today that we see, I believe there's going to be a segment in autism that those kids are the ones that are going to be better able to adapt to a 6G, 7G, 8G, and 9G environment. Unfortunately, that's really bad news because that means Peter Thiel may get his wish.
So just so I'm understanding you, like promiscuity slash microchimerism slash transgenerational epigenetic issues could be looked at as a stressor like EMF or
I think it's a stressor
altitude.
for the females. I think it's a real stressor for the females. And the reason for that, you have to remember, anytime humans get stressed, what happens? They make more female babies. They don't make more males. And that happened in the Dutch winter experiment, when the Nazis went nuts on them. We've actually seen it in electricians and line workers who work for power companies. They tend to have more females than males. So that tells you that there's a different pathway for this stress in males and females. And biology, or I should say nature, is telling us that females need to be kept more pure. Why? Because then you get better outcome in the offspring to adapt to the next environment. And I think the more junk you put into the casino deck, the more chance you have for a problem. And you won't be as highly adaptable. When it comes to homosexual couples, they're not having kids. They're adopting kids. So I kind of almost take them out of the mix. So I don't really think promiscuity for them is as a big a deal as it is for people who are actually going to use the eggs that we're talking about. And then do I think, like, for guys, like I had this discussion the last 2 or 3 days with some of the young kids that were here. I think, assessing the female partner, like for jabs, for, heteroplasmy rate, for transgenerational issues, even for microchimerism, I think that's all fair game, especially when you're in a world where, like, we're all under attack because of our government, because of DARPA and what they're doing. I think if you really think about this, you want to make sure that you have a partner that you can procreate. Because I'm going to be very honest with you. I think procreation for us, if you listen to that rebroadcast that happened last night, my belief is that they're actively killing our children with these jabs so that we can't fight them in the future. And we need to have babies. We need to have babies now that are healthy, because when we're old fuckers, those little babies may be the ones that we need to put these fuckers down. And, if they're all jabbed, they're all retarded, they all have, mitochondrial diseases. Did we really help ourselves, or did we help the transhumanists? Did we help the Gates people? Did we help the Fauci people? Those are like really big questions that probably even scare people more than what I've already talked about today. But do I believe that that is something that they're actively planning and have been planning for a long time, probably all the way back to Kellogg and Rockefeller? Yes, I believe that that's a role. And that's part of the reason why, feminism was innovated by those people, to make sure they could tax both parents. I think it's the reason why the nuclear family's broken up. I think there's always a reason, and it's usually tied to the transhumanist agenda. And the transhumanist agenda has also changed over time. I mean, just think about the things you learn about, Margaret Sanger and who were her champions, modern world. And you think about like Hillary Clinton, you think about Soros, you think about the people that are funding them, and then you think about the other things they're doing. Everything is to break the fabric of society. And when you think about it, the fabric of society does need to be somewhat stable, because if it's truly anarchy or truly decentralized, you're going to have a really, really big problem. The one thing about centralization in humans that I think has been shown to be uber successful is that when things are relatively stable, humans can flourish. The problem is that's why they introduced war. This is when the elites and the rich use the poor and their children to fight their battles. That's exactly what the vaccines are all about. To me, the vaccines have replaced the bullets, and now they're controlling the lower classes, that's the bottom I should say the bottom 95% to do their bidding. And now what they're trying to do is they're trying to get rid of people so they can keep the resources, because they know some big things are coming down the road.
Thanks, Jack.
All right. We're having so many of these conversations that are, these are not light conversations. I guarantee you people's heads are probably exploding.
I know mine is. Okay, so next we have, sorry, Marshall. Marshall, can you please go ahead and mute your line, please?
Hi, Jack. I don't, really have like deep questions, although I've been absorbing everything you say and trying to make the best decisions for myself. But I had two questions, if they were really questions, and one was about the Schumann resonances, the alpha, beta, theta waves, and the mechanism that you outlined in a recent, I think I saw it on Twitter, because I have a lot to catch up with. I'm still not, and I have other things interfering with that. But the mechanism to explain how the cosmic phenomena of the sun and the Schumann resonances connect through the melatonin, I guess, pathway intrigued me. Like I thought, okay, he that also could be extended to astrology, probably. I don't know, maybe not.
It's extended everywhere. What people don't really understand that we're light beings, but the whole thesis, the grand unifying theory that I have, we're photobioelectric. What does that mean? That means that we are connected in some way that you don't understand yet to cosmos, and that connection is important. And when you think about the things that you do know, which is like the solar system, you're like, okay, we have a bunch of anodes and planets, and the moon and satellites are also anodes. And then we got this sun, and this sun is electric, but we know that the sun is connected to the center of the galaxy through these Birkeland currents, so that when you get flow through this area, and remember that this spiral arm is swimming through space, that also is connected to other galaxies. Right. In other words, you can actually begin to see that the same arrangement that's present in your mitochondria is actually present in the cosmos. So it shouldn't be shocking to you that we are connected in these different levels, and how those connections happen actually are mitigated by all the proteins in your body. That's why they have absorption and emission spectrum. But it also points out that when the electric power grid is too powerful, say from the center of the galaxy or through our spiral arm into our sun, in our past, there's remnants of kind of what's happened to our solar system. In the past, Mars has got a huge electrical scar the size of the United States on it, and half of the rock in the northern hemisphere has been blown off. And we don't have any sense of that. People want to tell us, well, it's bigger than the Grand Canyon, so they must have had water on Mars. Well, what if it turns out that Mars has always been a desert because 4 billion years ago it got hit by one of these fucking huge lightning bolts that came from billions of years away, but it got discharged through our sun? The answer is that's much more likely. And is the same thing true, like say with a moon like Titan on Saturn? Like it's got an ocean. It looks kind of like Earth, but it's too far away from the sun. Well, what happens when the sun fucking gets like a red giant? All of a sudden, Titan becomes a really habitable place. In other words, the Earth is swallowed up.
Yeah.
The point that I'm trying to make to you is what I said to Emanuela earlier, that it's just like leptin. When you need to eat your dinner at 2:00 in El Salvador versus say 5:00 in New Jersey or where she is in Toronto.
Yeah.
And that's the same kind of effect that we're talking here. The difference is the scale. And when you realize that we're connected and you actually have that ability built in to your central nervous system to not only sense the cosmos, but also sense the heliosphere, to sense other planets, to sense other sentient beings, it doesn't become difficult to see why you're built the same way. And obviously, we are adapted best for the third rock from the sun. We're not adapted to live on Titan yet. We're not adapted to live in the galactic center. But for you not to realize that we're not connected to this whole thing, I think I would say that would be mean if you didn't think that.
Well, I just think that you explained it in a way that made sense to me, just like the other things that you've explained. And I just wanted to bring that up because I think you explained why the massive, what is it, the coronal aberration? Is that my describing it?
You're talking about when the mantle. You're talking about when the mantle disarticulates from the crust.
Yeah, like you could see that, like it looks like a pumpkin with, like you could see all that, like, well, how does, and then you could see the Schumann resonances, going like crazy. People are looking into all kinds of patterns in that, but what you explained that, okay, so that solar wind is actually gonna mess around with us.
Yeah.
And
when
that,
the magnetic field, the poles move and they get weaker. Our planet, the third rock from the sun, is much more sensitive to what's going on out there. That's really what it means. And remember, when the planet becomes much more sensitive, that means you do too.
Yeah.
That's what you need to understand, because the antennas are actually built in you. They work, but you just don't understand kind of how they work. I try to give you that basic idea in what was it? Quantum Engineering 47 and 48, when I talked about the bipolar and how you have the FM antenna in your head. Well, just so you know, that FM antenna actually is connected, to the galactic sheet of the Milky Way galaxy. And if we had fine enough, I guess you would call it technology, I believe that you could pick that up. I actually believe that you could pick up the cosmic microwave background from our cells if we had that technology. And that actually allows you to truly time travel. That's the really fucking crazy.
Well, I don't know. That's actually, I have to think about that. I mean, that was kind of, it's just, it's just something that struck me, like I was like, okay, yeah. So I don't know what else to say, but the second question was about Alexis, who was at Bitcoin Prague, had said that as she recorded your video and put it up on our channel so I listened to it around the time it happened. And you said something I thought you said, but I couldn't quite hear it. That if you put, as one of the hacks for the Bitcoiners, if you put good salt into detroning a depleted water, that's a hack.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't hear that because I buy the light water. Like I buy that and I make a little bit of it every day.
Just
maybe.
So that wasn't a new hack. You know where that came from? The Vermont 2018 talk.
All right. I mean, yeah. Which I think I listened to when I was in El Salvador. I think that was the one you put up with you talking about the life. I was listening to it then. Yeah, a couple of times.
Yeah, salt allows you to absorb more UV and light. That's why salt is good. But centralized doctors tell you it's no good. And what did I tell you in the Danny Jones podcast? Like when you first became a member.
Yeah.
I told you that I saved a little girl's life by giving her hypertonic saline. Isn't that the same thing as putting salt in her water? It is. It's exactly the same thing.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, that's my main questions for this month.
All right. Take care, Marshall.
Thank you. Keep up. And I hope you do have the event, because I'd like to hear the things, whether I'm able to act on them immediately or not, or I'll try, but I'd like to hear those things that I don't think you can talk about here.
I don't think it's safe enough to talk about it on here, to be honest.
Yeah, I know that, but it might be something that would be a reason for me to want to go in like October, regardless of what's going on here. And it might be consideration for other people too, because these things can't be said here. And I think many people might want to hear that. And then some of those people might be able to talk to other people privately who haven't been able to come.
Yeah, I would say pay attention to Bitcoin Twitter, because I think it's going to get really chatty in the next couple of months.
Bitcoin Twitter. And I also noticed at least MTSR, because I did take you up on that, although I regretted buying quite what I did because it was kind of on the high side, but now it's actually getting back to be higher than when I bought it, So I'm hoping, and you said something about August, be around the time to, well, I see the numbers are beginning to look like they're going in the right direction for that.
It's getting ready to explode, but I'm just telling you some of the stuff that's going on with Sailor. I
Yeah.
still think the target is going to be October, November, where you're going to get a blow off top. But I'm very, very concerned right now that the United States has got a different plan, and I think we all know what the plan is. They're coming for your Bitcoin. That they'll definitely come for your MSTR because
Yeah.
that's easy to get.
Yeah. So I should cash out before they start coming for it and put it somewhere else.
I think you're okay. I think you're okay right now until October, November, but I would definitely tell you when you get around that time, it would be really smart to take your fiat, put it in Bitcoin, and do something wise with it. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. And hopefully I'll be able to hear more of that other stuff when I come. And I just want to leave you with this. You said something about a helicopter, and I happen to live next to the building where that helicopter, like 2 months ago, it fell right into the Hudson. Something happened, and I was family that's right down here. I wasn't at home at the time, but if you see this where the Holland Tunnel is, that's where the helicopter went down, and it went down real quick. Everybody died in that.
That was not good.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll let you go. I'm done.
All right, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Keep
Mark.
talking.
Okay, let's see. Debbie, if you can go ahead and mute your line, please. Welcome.
Okay. Yes, thank you. Hello, Dr. Jack. I have a question about sleep. You often talk about good sleep. Does that include if you wake up once during the night, go to the bathroom and go back to sleep and feel refreshed after 7 to 8 hours total sleep?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's one that was addressed a long time ago. Since you're a new member, you probably haven't read that stuff, but I'll direct you to a TED talk that was done by a girl named Jessa Gamble, long time ago. It's in, I think, the Cold Thermogenesis series, which is on the old Jack Cruz website. Our primordial sleep was designed to go to bed, then we'd wake up like in the middle of the night, stir, and then we'd go back to sleep. That's kind of how we're built. That has been innovated out of us because of all the light pollution. So if you're having that issue now, I don't want you to think it's pathologic. It's not something that's going to hurt you. I'm okay with you getting up to pee. It's not a big deal. But there's nothing really you have to worry about. The only thing that you'd be kind of concerned about is, like, say if you had sleep disorder associated with it, then you'd have to worry, okay, maybe something's going on. But the primordial way that humans slept was to wake up, and our sleep was partitioned in two parts. And if you want to learn a little bit about that, like I said, the TED Talk was by a girl named Jessa Gamble, Jessa Gamble, just like gambling. And you could probably find that somewhere on the internet.
Okay, good. Then I had a question about water. You've talked about, I was re-listening to, or I was listening to the Ubiquitination series.
Ubiquitination series.
And you talked about deep diving and you were discussing that, but is just getting in a pool causing the pressure
but
of mitochondria?
If you hold your breath, in the pool. But there is also a webinar at that time. Christy could probably help you where it is. I did a webinar on free diving. Free diving is actually one of the things that came up in the Ubiquitination series. And the reason why that Ubiquitination series is really important, it's actually one of my favorite series. You realize that when you read it now and you realize all the things you were learning about the Great Oxygenation Event, you're going, oh shit, these two things are linked. Because that series in Ubiquitination tells you how mitochondria got the idea to operate with low oxygen and high oxygen, and how it fluctuates NAD and the Q cycle and all those things on the intermitochondrial membrane. What was that a precursor for? It was a precursor, really, to get everybody ready for what was to come down the road. So it's really, really important. I think it's one of the most important series to get down because it also slays some big dragons. Like that's the series where I tell people that, because I think it was right before Energy and Epigenetics, I basically told everybody that Darwin was full of shit. What was I warning you about? That the Cambrian explosion, which follows the Great Oxygenation Event, that's why the next series after that was ubiquination. So, yeah, free diving, hypoxic training, all important. Why? Because if you have sick mitochondria and you can handle hypoxia, that tells you that you have to have decent reserves. Most people that have really bad heteroplasmy can't tolerate hypoxia very well at all. And that's the reason why those people can like have vitiligo or psoriasis and they default into cancer. That's why they're called pre-malignant states, which is why you heard me say to one of the members earlier, I think it was Emanuela, when we were talking about leptin, that you have to have that VDR break that I just talked about in the consciousness series and in the demyelination series. That break protects you from getting cancer. And that's the reason why everybody who's got an autoimmune condition always has a UVB problem. The second thing that I've told people, but I don't think they've realized it, I've said it a lot in consults that I've been doing lately, that people don't realize that UVB light is also an immune modulator, meaning that it's an immune suppressant. It's like, you know, when somebody goes have a kidney transplant and they put you on, you know, cyclosporin, and cyclosporin is designed to down your immune system. When you have no UVB light, what does that mean? It means that if you have misprogramming in your immune system, that's how you get an autoimmune condition. That's how crazy T cells turn B cells on and you get like Hashimoto's or you get psoriasis. UVB light actually knocks those aberrant cells down so you don't get that problem. And then the UVB and UVA put the brake on the intermitochondrial membrane, and then the infrared takes over the rest. And when you actually see it and really understand it, you start to go, Jesus, you know, nature is really amazing how she's figured this shit out. And where did all that start? It started in the Great Oxygenation Event. It literally started 2.4 billion years ago. And that ubiquination series, really, you could sit the demyelination series and the consciousness series on top of that series. And when you look at it, you're actually going to see the tentacles from ubiquination going in to all those blogs.
Okay, the question I also have is redox potential, which you mentioned. I think I understand that, but how is ubiquination connected or not connected to redox potential?
Well, it's pretty simple. Ubiquination is how you lose control of protein turnover. And remember, ubiquination actually controls oncogenesis. UV light is the key metric. So what does UV light do? It adds net negative charge to your body. That's what redox is. So the more net negative charge you have in your body and you can store it at the electronic level, that means in the bonds, in the atoms, in the electrons, the less likely you are to get a mitochondrial disease.
So ubiquitation starts the redox potential.
Ubiquination upregulates, turn proteins over when you're starting to get a problem. Remember what the cell wants? It wants the atomic molecular organization of the cell to be quiet. Ubiquination means, oh shit, something just happened where it's upregulated and we got to turn the protein over. We don't want that.
Okay. Okay. And then you talk a lot about vitamin D. If we know that our vitamin D is above 60, so can you, and I saw on Amazon, they've got those blood tests. Can one get that and prick their finger and then figure out what their blood test?
It's probably not as accurate as a blood test, but I'm okay doing it just so you get an idea where you're at. I think that's perfectly fine.
Okay. Okay. That's, those are my questions. Thank you very much.
All right. Take care.
Okay. Thank you. You too. Bye.
Thank you, Debbie. Okay, now we have a Deborah. Deborah, can you unmute your line? You're next to speak live. Okay, she didn't answer me earlier. Oh, wait, there you go.
Is that me?
You
okay.
Yep, that is you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Welcome.
Okay. I think I got some of my answers I was reading last night. But anyways, I was trying to find out, my dad had this back fusion last year, and ever since he's had that, he gets out of breath just walking to the mailbox and back. He's fine when he's just sitting there, but anytime he does anything, and he swears it's got something to do with that, but he's been to the doctor tons of times.
He's probably right, but I guarantee you the answer he's going to get from the guy that put the screws and rods in his back isn't what he's going to be told. The number one thing that, and this is going to be a technical answer, you're probably going to need to write some of this down, but you should go get another opinion from another doctor in town. The most likely way that someone can be made hypoxic from a spine fusion is if the sagittal balance of the fusion wasn't properly done, meaning that the curve of the spine is more flat. When that happens, what does it do? It pushes the diaphragm up, and that's actually why when your dad exerts himself, he gets tired, because the normal curve of your spine is like kind of double S, and in the lumbar spine, it's designed to be like this. But a lot of times when people do a fusion, they put things in your disc space and they put the screws and the rods in the back. And when they tighten you down, they don't give you the real S back, and it's too straight. And that's called the sagittal balance problem. And sagittal balance is known because what happens when the patient wakes up and recovers? They start to walk like this, where they're bent over. Okay? And when they move, what does that do? That postural changes, stresses their cardiovascular system, and that's the reason why they have a problem breathing.
Okay, makes sense. All right.
And then a lateral x-ray can tell you whether he's got that problem or not. It's very easy to diagnose, but the guy that he did the surgery on him is never going to admit to it, because it tells you that the way he was positioned on the table and the table that he picked to do the fusion in probably wasn't the optimal choice, or the surgery was done with not a lot of technical expertise because they weren't planning for the sagittal balance. I'm going to tell you, as a spine surgeon, it's the single most common problem in spine fusion.
Wow. Okay. Okay. Thanks.
Okie doke.
Okay, next we have Julian. Julian, can you go ahead and unmute your line, please? Hello, welcome.
Hello. Hey,
Hello.
Jack. Hey, I'm brand new. I got my daylight computer. I got my cool tan shorts and shirts. So I just wanted to thank you for all the great recommendations. I'm a dentist and I do a lot of surgery. And I just wanted to, like, one of my main goals is to master bone regeneration and tissue regeneration. So I'm going through Body Electric. I just wanted to know if you have any other direction you can point me with the blogs, where maybe you go into this topic.
Yeah, I mean, there's a relatively recent blog. I can't remember when it is. It's at the end of, I think it's Quantum Thermodynamics, where I get into all of Becker's work. Pretty fine-tuned. Becker's work is really being highlighted a lot in this series, especially from, I'd say, Decentralized Medicine 35 to now. It'll probably be just about in every blog. Like the blog that just came out probably will stun some people who've got, keratoconus, when you realize that, breakdown products of hemoglobin can cause that problem. To master tissue and bone regeneration, you have to master all of Becker's original works. And I can tell you, being a dentist myself, your education has made you woefully prepared to understand that. There is nothing that you learned in dental school, or I don't know what kind of dentist you are, if you're an oral surgeon, you're not prepared for Becker. And when you do, especially surgery, either an oral surgery chair or a periodontist chair, or even a prosthodontist chair, just the light that you do your surgery on is fucking your patients. by Becker's work. And when you read what he physically says about the light that's emitted from bone, that it's red-brown, and you're operating in blue light, I mean, it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out that as soon as the surgery is done, your patients you've already dug the hole deeper. And the funny part is the lady that just asked the question right before you, the same mistake is made in spine surgery all the time. This is another reason why there's so many errors with spine surgery. Spine surgery, when I tell people this, that spine surgery is technically more difficult than brain surgery. It kind of fucking blows people's mind when I say it. And I used to tell people when I was in dental school that the use of dental drills and those movements, it mimics more like brain surgery than not. But the problem is dentists are so fucking bad at understanding how light affects like dental tubules, dental flow. None of them ever learn about Lenore's current in salivary glands. They have no earthly idea how the oral cavity is absolutely critical to alveolar bone. Like if you have dry mouth, your fucking bone grafts are not going to work. Simple as that. And you don't realize that the redox power of all the salivary glands is really important. Like when you're doing perio surgery or when you're doing implants, and this stuff just isn't taught to you. You just don't know it. And if you don't know it, you know, the public A doesn't know you don't know it. And then you've been taught all this shit by, you know, people who sell you fucking implants and sell all this shit, and they don't give two fucks about Becker's work. They just want to make sure that you buy their implants and stick it in their mouth and then send it to the prosthodontist to fix. And then when you start to read Becker's work, you start to go and really parse it out. And you realize that all bone is regenerated when a red blood cell is forced to de-differentiate into its stem cell. That blows everybody's mind when they see it. And to know that this was proven beyond a shadow of a doubt, 1963 through 67, and that you went to a professional school and got a degree and you're supposed expert in bone and you don't even know that basic, that's when you realize how dangerous our profession can be for patients. And that's when you have to really start to think about how you do surgery differently. That I can tell you that changed me fundamentally probably 30 years ago. I started to think about bone and how I did things way different, you know, than what, you know, I was taught in classic, you know, neurosurgery.
So I want to add on to that then. So I started making the connection between titanium implants and non-native EMFs, you know, a year or two after I got out of dental school in 2015. And I, you know, right then and there kind of already made up my mind that, you know, maybe putting titanium and it's a titanium alloy also is probably not the greatest idea. What's your thought on zirconia implants?
That's what I said. When you understand Becker's work, just think about it. You have a P&N semiconductor. It's an LED. It makes light. What do you know about transition metals on the periodic table? They all have D shell electrons that are fucking highly reactive. You know what that means? When you put that type of metal in the bone, you've completely ruined the P&N semiconductor. This is the biggest mistake in spine surgery. If you're going to fix somebody, you need to put the screws and everything in, fix the bone. Then once the fusion is taken, all the metal needs to come out.
No, yeah.
Why? Because you're using a photoelectric effect. Think about what you said as a dentist. What I just told you, you're going, wait a minute, Jack. We're fucking putting these metal spikes in people's jaws and we're wondering why people are not doing great. Well, guess what? They may have really nice teeth, but they get all kinds of other fucking problems. And then if you really want to scale it up, start doing blood work for titanium and zirconia in your patients that have had implants in for a while and get ready to be fucking shocked, bro. Every single one of them have these transition metals in their blood. So what did you just do? You turned them into a walking antenna. And now they live in non-native EMF cities. So guess what? they can jump conduct like crazy. And then they come in and give you all these weird experiences they're having. And what do you and your nurses and your girls tell them? Oh, you're fucking crazy. And it turns out they're not crazy. You're fucking crazy. Because the physics all is published. We all know that light hits these D shell electrons. In fact, you know how basic this is? We know how supernovas happen. Do you know what it is? When a star gets to iron, the EMF in the star hits the D shell electrons in iron, and that's what causes it to blow up. Do a hard stop and think about that. I'm putting titanium and zirconium, which are transition metals, just like iron. And then I'm doing this under blue light. They live in blue light. They live in 1G, 2G, 3G, 6G, and they're cruising through their world all just to have nice teeth. So I tell you, guys that are doing implants are making the same mistake as ophthalmologists that are putting intraocular lenses in people's eyes for cataracts. That's how devastating it really is. And in my opinion, if you're missing a tooth, sans maybe say one in the front, I think the best case for rolling the dice and doing an implant is maybe a central incisor, just because you look like a doofus, you know, if you don't have a central incisor. But if you lost the first molar or a second molar and you're telling people to get a fucking implant for that, no, you let the occlusion collapse, you let hypereruption happen and leave it alone. That's the best answer. But guess what? You know that your profession is not going to make that recommendation because you don't make any money doing that.
Yeah.
But that's the truth.
Yeah, thanks. No, I've been on your stuff for a couple of months, and yeah, I wanted to come on here and just find out exactly your thoughts on it. So yeah, I don't want you to hold back, of course. What did when you lost all your weight and you were still, I assume you were still working in the hospital back then. How did you organize your schedule and your day to not get so messed up?
The first thing I did is I changed when I started my cases. I used to start my day at between 6 and 6:30. So I moved all my surgeries back to 8 so that way I could have the first 2 hours of sunlight. I wasn't driving and getting up before the sun and going to the hospital. Then the other thing I did is I made sure that every case was finished by 3 o'clock. So that changed my schedule there. I stopped operating late into the evening. And then the last thing I did is I told the hospital I will no longer be taking call for free. You're going to have to pay me. Of course, they fought with me. And what did I do? I pulled out of the call schedule. They went fucking nuclear because they couldn't believe I was going to do that. Because remember, they got something for nothing for like 20 years. And when I told them that, I started showing them all the articles about the risk to me doing this. Then they started to pay me per night. And in the beginning, it wasn't that much money, but it was a win. And then what did I do? Because they made the first step, I leveraged that up to make it so incredibly expensive for them that they told me, hey, we'll go find somebody else to take call. And that was the big ticket. And it happened relatively quickly because they could find some other retard neurosurgeon to pay, you know, a couple of $1,000 a night to take call. And I didn't want to take call at all, if you want to know the truth, because who are you taking care of? You're taking care of all the retards that are going out getting subdurals and epidurals. These are people that never had insurance anyway. And what was the big issue? Those are the people that neurosurgeons are most likely to get sued from. Plus, you had to stay up all fucking night. So can I sleep? The answer is no. So what I did is you tell me what the rules of engagement are for my profession. And then I slowly started to whittle them down and take them apart. And that's what I did.
So were you going out in the middle of the day at all if you could, or usually not?
Yeah, I would come home at 3 o'clock every day and I'd get in a cold tub.
Okay.
And I'd be in a cold tub. I'd be outside. Didn't matter if it was cold or not. But I totally controlled my environment way better than I ever did before. And then what happened after a period of time, like when things started to go off the rails, that's when I had to go back in the hospital to do something that was related to my family. Then that ended, everything was good, and then the real shit storm started with COVID, when I had to go back in the hospital and figure out why they were killing people. You know, and I covered that, I think, pretty crystal clear in Decentralized Medicine 45, 46, and 47, when I tell you exactly how I found out they were killing people.
Okay, thanks. Quickly with Bitcoin, are you okay with people using a KYC exchange to buy Bitcoin?
I'm okay with you getting Bitcoin any way you can.
Okay. Okay.
You just
yeah,
need to learn how to have a boating accident.
exactly. Yeah. Cool.
What KYC Bitcoin? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, I got scanned by a guy from Nigeria. Oh, here's the emails.
Right.
Oh, there's a scammer that was Dr. Cruz on Telegram. I lost all my Bitcoin there.
Yeah. Okay. Um, yeah, I think that's it for me. Thanks a lot.
All right. Good luck.
Okay, thanks.
Good first questions.
Oh,
Like
you
'em.
know what? I just wanted to say one more thing. As a clinician, I don't know if you count dentists, but I would
I'm
definitely
Dennis. I'm a dentist. I got a degree.
okay. Yeah.
I'm not a douchebag like the rest of them.
I would come to one of your courses for clinicians. I just kind of don't feel ready. Do you know? I don't want to show up like an idiot. So
Well, you're not an idiot. You already have dental training, so you already know a lot. The thing that you need to be directed, okay, what's important, what's not important.
yeah.
Like when people say, yeah, I'd love to come to the course, but I hope there's oysters available. Like you say something like that to me,
Yeah.
and I want to bitch slap you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're not there for the fucking food. You're there to learn. And when people have that mindset that, well, if I'm paying, I want to have my ass kissed. No, there's one thing you're going to learn about me. I don't kiss your ass.
No, that's crazy.
I'm here to spread missing information that you didn't get because I didn't get it. That's the key. And that flows directly to our patients because our job, you're going to take care of 1,000 people that I can't take care of. But if I can give you tools in your brain that make you a better dentist, dude, that's all that matters.
I guess that's kind of like what I'm trying to do with your material is I have to figure out how do I distill it down to something that I can give to my patients that is going to help them heal better.
You don't have to even figure that out. You don't even have to tell them the truth. Just tell them what to do. Like I would tell you, I used to tell them all in the beginning when they asked me, I said, yeah, eat like a great white shark and live like a polar bear. If you do that, you'll get it right. And they're like, that's it? I'm like, yeah. And I told them, never miss the sunrise. You get people to do those basics, that's great. Problem is the people that have mitochondrial diseases that are on top of all the surgical problems, those are the fucking train wrecks. But when you're talking about taking somebody that's got like, a missing tooth or say a fractured jaw, I'm trying to think like, say they got their ass kicked and they broke their malar process and you want to make sure they don't get a pseudoarthrosis. Those people are fucking easy to take care of. They're not difficult. And, you can get it going. Like the ones that are more difficult, like if you got somebody who's got a double jaw and you got to do hardware and you got to fix their occlusion and they're a fucking train wreck and somebody referred this patient to you because it's sleep apnea, you should know right away. Yeah, it's the sleep apnea is a totally different ball game. I'm not doing this surgery really for their sleep apnea. And it may be that that's actually how you got it approved or how they're paying for it. You just have to keep teaching them the truth. If you keep telling people the truth, the universe will do good things for you. They will come back and they will see you. Just make sure. I don't even think patients need the full Monty to understand when you're treating them as a clinician. Just make sure you tell them what to do, the right things. Seeing the sunrise, eating like a great white shark. If you want to use deuterium depleted water, you want to even use some, supplements to get them through because that they're degraded. I'm even okay with that, but don't fucking try to turn them into mini Einsteins when you're doing a double jaw on them. That's the biggest fucking mistake you're going to make. And then if they get interested in what you're doing afterwards, say, okay, then I'll teach you kind of the reasons why I'm doing the things I'm doing. It's kind of like what I do with people on the form. And it does aggravate me when people come in and, you know, there's some fucking electrical engineer and they want to figure out, you know, how the FM radio antenna really works in the head. I'm like, okay, here's the fucking blog, read it.
Yeah.
Literally, you can take that blog and go to any electrical engineering magazine and you're going to say, wow, this is kind of funny. This is all the same shit. But then they come back and say, well, I want to understand the brain better. You know what I tell them? Go fuck into medical school and figure it out, bro. You know, that's the kind of stuff that I'm telling you why you have an advantage. You went to dental school. You know the basics. I don't have to teach you those basics because I know what you know because I went through it myself. But guess what? When, I don't know, let's pick somebody out that we've already talked to. Emanuela. If Emanuela is going to ask me, you know, well, Jack, can you tell me how the leptin melanocortin pathway works as a motherboard, you know, in the habendial nucleus to connect to my orbital frontal gyrus, then I'm going to say to her, look, it's time for you to go to school. You don't need that level of sophistication. But you, Julian, do.
Right. Cool. Okay. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Okay, next we have Jess. Jess, can you go ahead and unmute your line, please?
Hey, Jack, can you hear me?
Hello.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, so first, thank you for all your great work. It's changed my life profoundly. So I really appreciate everything that you're doing. I'm new here, but I've listened to probably hundreds of hours of your podcasts, and I'm just trying to learn as much as I can in my efforts to help my son and educate myself further. So I'm in New Zealand. I'm a solo parent. I know New Zealand's not the place to be, and I've been trying to get us out of here for a few years. I actually bought some land in Nicaragua during COVID, but ended up in my quest for financial sovereignty, learning some hard lessons, some expensive lessons, and I'm basically starting from scratch now financially. So I saw the post that you made yesterday, the one entitled "This is the hardest lesson," the one you said we should all stick on our refrigerators. And it said your job isn't to drag people to freedom, but to be free yourself. And I've been thinking about this ever since because I fully agree with the post. But how to reconcile this when it is your kid? Is it your job then?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm glad you brought this up because I've said this twice in the last 2 days to parents that are very similar to your situation. Most of my members who've been with me a while, and I know there's a lot of new members on this call, but the old members will smile when I say this. My caveat always is, who the fuck are you good for if you're not good enough for yourself? But there is one corollary to that Jack Cruz axiom. If you make the decision to bring a new life on board, that new life is your problem before you. In other words, you're no longer the most important, the kid is. And in your case, because you have a handicapped kid, that makes it really fucked up. Why? Because that kid is your anchor, and you generally have to put more of your energy into that child to make sure. So you're naturally going to be degraded. You, as a single parent, it's even worse. Why? Because you're worn to the nub. So it doesn't surprise me about what you're saying, that you're stuck in New Zealand. You can't get out. You got no money. I get it. So then when we have those thermodynamic givens, what do I tell you? You do as good as you possibly can do. And does that mean, similar to what I was just trying to get to Julian's head, that you're not going to be able to do the A? Many times you're going to have to settle for the B and the C, but you can't beat yourself up because you have that kid to worry about. And when it's a handicapped kid, it becomes more problematic because generally when kids are 21, you throw them out of the house and you're done with them. When you have a handicapped kid, sometimes that kid is tethered to you the rest of your life. And I understand that that's a big problem. I just inhaled. I just inhaled a fly. Oh, that was gross. So I understand that conundrum. What you need to understand is then you have to order the child's problem from top to bottom and just do what you can do for them. Ultimately, what always has to be going on in the background, you have to build up your financial sovereignty so that you can improve your life and your child's life. That's the part that Uncle Jack cannot tell you how to do. The wise thing is live small, stack large, meaning buy sats. It should be always a Bitcoin answer. The real problem for you is you already live in Alcatraz, so the chance of you getting out is probably not good, but do you still need to have the Bitcoin stack? Because do I think you're going to need it even though you're in prison? You're going to make a life better for you and your son there. And I understand that you don't have to explain it to me and you don't have to justify that to anybody else at all. When I come down hard on people is when they don't have an anchor and they still fucking make excuses. I want to eat those people for breakfast because they're addicted to their wants, needs, and desires. You're not addicted to those. You're addicted to your child because you brought him in the world and he's got problems. So you cannot beat yourself up about that. Yeah, you can be pissed off. You can scream in the mirror. I married the fucking wrong guy. I wish I would have taken care of my mitochondrial health before I had him, because then these things wouldn't have happened. I understand about transgenerational epigenetics, but guess what? Jess, none of that shit does any good for you now to beat yourself up right now. Don't worry about the past and don't worry about the future. You worry about the right now. You do what's best for what you can do. And that's it. And if you want to know the truth, I think that's kind of what I told Tiffany. I think it's what I told the people at the beginning of this blog, what I told Katie. She was worried about, retiring and this and that. My girlfriend, this is the perfect time, to get out of the military. But no, do I want Katie to buy 200 acres in Mississippi? Because you know what that effectively is? That's like Jess Sharp having a 17-year-old who's sick and you can't get out. If you don't think that I understand, you don't realize the same advice that I gave to Katie is the same advice I'm giving to you now, but it sounds awfully different. Why? Because you already bought the 200 acres in Mississippi. So you can't worry about the spilt milk anymore. Now you just got to worry about turning that spilt milk into cottage cheese. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I really need is just I'm here looking really for just a way to get through to my kid because he's continuing to make these
You're not going to.
Right.
And you've been a new member. This is the hardest thing to hear. And that's why I'm very glad you read that tweet from yesterday. Because guess what? You have to realize you gave birth to that kid. That kid is not programmed by you. And what I mean, he now has free will. He gets to do what the fuck he wants. If what he wants is not good for him, you know what the true act of a mother is? Let him make his mistakes and learn. And yes, you're going to see him run into brick walls. You're going to see him. I'll share something with you that's quite personal, but I've been talking about it with Chantel and my friends. Chantel once got on my case about 6 or 7 years ago because I posted something very public about my son getting married to the wrong person. And boy, did she went after me. My wife went after me. My daughter didn't like it. Nobody in my family liked it. They were like, so let's fast forward 7 years. Uncle Jack was right. Now the son can't even talk to me about it because he's waiting for me to say, I told you so. But do I say that? I had to let him run into his brick wall. But before he started the race, I did my job as a parent. I told him the truth, even though the truth cost me friends, friendship, respect, because people thought what I did was wrong. The same thing, Jess, I just did to Callie Means when everybody told me I was a bully. Guess what? How's that looking now? This is the thing you need to understand. When you're a good first principles thinker, Jess, you give two fucks, okay, about what anybody else thinks, okay? That's very, very difficult place to get to. But I'm going to tell you, the lion doesn't give a fuck about the antelope. Just like I don't give a fuck about what your opinion is when I decide that I know better than you. Why? Because there's one thing I can tell you about Uncle Jack. I have honed that brain. I have made sure that brain is a first principle brain. Most of the opinions that this brain currently holds really isn't Jack Cruz's opinions. They are experiments of nature that I've learned from my own mistakes. So I'm going to tell you, I think mistakes are wonderful. And that's why I tell people all the time, make some more. Because it's the only way you're going to move the needle to the right place. And if your son has to make those mistakes, the hardest thing to tell a mother is to let their husband, their children, their family members drive into the brick wall. Your duty is just what Russell O'Kuhn wrote in that piece. You can only do what you can do, but you can always leave the door open and they can follow down the road. That's it.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, it's hard because he just doesn't know any different, you know, like because this is his life.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if he's handicapped or not. And one thing I'm going to tell you, even a kid that's handicapped, when they touch a fucking hot stove, they get the message.
But I was just thinking if I can get him on a plane and take him to like Samoa for a month and make him see the sunrise and do all the things, he might feel better.
Well, I mean, but you don't sell it like that. You say, hey, you want to go on vacation? Like, don't tell them what you're really doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I just need a way to get him on the plane, you know. I was
Oh,
hoping
just
that
ask him. Just say, you want to go on the plane? And then, you know what I would do? I would use your motherly power. Say, okay, pick out one of your family members, and you just have to pull through. Make sure it's somebody he hates, and say, well, you're going to stay with Aunt Mabel for a week, and I'm going to go on vacation since you don't want to go. I will guarantee you in a couple hours, like, Mom, fuck it, I'm going.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
You see what I just said to you? That is first principle thinking. Give them something so unpalatable. See, that's why you do have the power. You do have the control. It's what I tell women all the time. You have the vagina. You control the family, whether you think or not. I think women do a horrible job being the leader of a family because they don't realize the power they really have. They need to use it. You control your husband. You control your boyfriend. You control your kids, and you don't even realize it. Why? Because your two frontal lobes make you more like an antelope and less like the great white shark. You want to be their friend. You want to be soft. You want to be nice. I want to be effective.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, thank you.
All righty. Good luck, Jess.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Aaron. Aaron, can you go ahead and unmute your line, please?
Yeah, hello. Thank you again, Dr. Cruz. Really appreciate your time. I'm a new member here. I have 4 of the COVID jabs, unfortunately. God damn it. And I got a I'm sorry, I can't turn my video on because I'm on a daylight computer.
Okay, I'm worried about it. I don't need to see you.
Thank you. And yeah, I did a LabCorp test as you and Dr. Mary Bowden recommended. It was 8,800, so pretty high. I mean, not as high.
Not as bad as I would have predicted.
Yeah, so I've done. I live outside. I've had a flip phone for many years, and I mean, I don't live outside, but I spend almost all day outside. It's been that for many years now. Just luckily, I think.
Outside. You're not said where yet.
Yeah, I'm in LA, gonna move to the Southeast, and then, well, yeah, I know. And then I'm trying to get out of America. But I guess my question for you now is I've seen you talk about on your Twitter a few things related to the jabs. One, weight gain. I was a track star basically in high school, so I'm really skinny. I was wondering if that is really only helpful at the time of getting the jab or if it's helpful post jab
You
also.
now know the best paper out is 702 days after you're still making spike. That test you just had proves that you're making the spike. So no,
Right.
your risk remains the rest of your life. And your
Got
risk
it.
is fully tied to the level of spike you're making. And the more fit you are, the more your heart is at risk.
Got it. So I need to get more fat so that the spike goes there instead of my organs, heart and brain.
Or the other good way of doing it is go to a place where immune system becomes like a great white shark and actually takes the spike apart piece by piece. Because that's what I think the answer is. I think what Mary and with McCullough and Kelly Victory and all the people in the wellness company are selling people a fucking pipe dream about detox. Kevin McKieran
Right.
and I had dinner in Prague. He and I are of the same mindset that it's redox over detox. And if you think about the question the lady asked earlier about ubiquination, the real problem with the jab is that it increases ubiquination levels. You need to lower that. What lowers it? UV, near infrared light, and infrared A. That means light stability is huge. You have zero light stability in Los Angeles. I mean, it's
Yeah, totally.
super fucking dark there.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I mean, it's foggy all the time. There's all the geoengineering. There are tons of problems. I have friends down in Costa Rica and down Guatemala, Nicaragua as well. So really trying to get down there. But
I think that's the smart play when you have 8,800. You're a young dude. You're physically fit. No, I don't think I want you to get fat right away. What I'd like you to do is get in an environment where you can knock that number down. In fact, when you go back to the States, the plan that I'd have you put on, now that you got the number, I want to see after 6 months what your number is. Then I want to see after a year, can you have that number? Because what does that tell you? It tells you, A, that you're fixable. It tells you that your heteroplasma rate's not too bad. It means the chance of incorporation into your genome, making you a GMO, much reduced.
right.
If that number goes up from there, then I'm going to tell you I want you to start fucking gaining some weight. Then we
Got
need
it.
to
Okay.
go somewhere else, not to the organs that are going to hurt you, which are going to be your gonads, your heart, and your brain. Those are the three big things that I'm worried about. Guys like Aaron Powell. You haven't talked to me about, kids and this and that, but generally, guys care about their balls and their Johnson. Guys tend to care about their brains. And I know you don't want to turn into one of those dudes dropping dead, on a soccer field or at a track meet or something like that. That's a big deal.
Right, exactly. Okay, so more time in the sun, get, into the tropics.
Grounded in the sun. I'd even tell you with 8,800, I haven't actually told anybody. Anybody above 7,500, deuterium depleted water is
Yeah, I've been using that. Yeah.
what you should be doing. And 3 bottles a day. Do I think you should spend extra money on the best stuff, like 5 to 20 parts per million? The answer is yes. And you want to put the good salt in it? I would if I was you. Because remember, your whole goal is limit ubiquination, limit incorporation, and turn your immune system into an absolute savage.
No, for sure. And then as a part of that, do you think eating like a shit ton of fiber, like hunter-gatherer levels, would be helpful to hopefully cleave some of this, break it up and get it out of the body, or no?
That's not how it goes away. I mean, that's what me and Kevin have been talking about. The nonsense that you're hearing from these fucking
Right.
look,
The Peter McCulloughs and all them.
trying to just sell you fucking bullshit. And look, I'm going to tell you, Aaron, if you got the money to buy that stuff and you think that it's okay to do, I'm fine with that. Because as I told people, if you live in a good environment, you can eat shit on a shingle and get away with it. But the truth be told, now that we have this spike assay, you're going to be able to do your spike levels literally every 6 months and see what your numbers are. This actually reminds me of what we dealt with in the AIDS community to check their CD4 and CD8 counts. And when those came down, we told people, look, you're going to be okay because you're doing fine. The same thing with the spike assay. Because remember, we already know since you took the jab, your immune system is creating the fucking spike. So we need to see, can you stop making the spike? Because that ultimately is tied to your risk. It's not about breaking it down. It's about slowing it from being made.
Right, exactly. And then, yeah, no, that's a great distinction. Thank you. Is a good intervention fasting? I fasted for 5 days for religious purposes, but I mean, yeah, I've heard Dr. Bowden talk about that a bit.
I'm okay with fasting, but remember what fasting really requires to work? It requires a good redox. Didn't you just tell us all that you're 8,800 on spike? We know your redox sucks to begin with. Remember, this is the kind of crazy stuff. Like, I'll give you another example. There's a lot of the food gurus out there that tell people who have cancer, hey, fast, it's good for you. Fasting is good when you're already healthy. That's why it's called breakfast. The problem is when you have lowered redox, fasting actually can give you a big problem. And I look at the people that have taken 2, 3, 4 jabs who've got elevated numbers. I actually almost treat you just like you already have the cancer you don't have that you're trying to prevent. Why? Because much like psoriasis, much like the autoimmune conditions I talked about earlier, you have a pre-malignant condition now. So we should treat you exactly the same way.
For sure, for sure. Okay, so the main thing is the electromagnetic and the light.
It's redox. It's not just, it's light, water, and magnetism. And like I said, if you do go to any of those places where your friends are, I'd pick the one that's got an active volcano that's pretty around. And I would be tan as fuck. I drink my deuterium depleted water. And every 6 months, like even the first 18 months, if you wanted to do the test every 3 months so you can get good feedback to see, because it may turn out like if you go to Guatemala and then you hit your other friends in Costa Rica and then you hit your other friends in Panama, you may find out that your numbers move with different countries. Personally, I think that's what's going to happen in Europe, and I think it's what's going to happen in different states in the United States.
For real, got you. Is there anything else that's useful? I know Dr. Bowden and you've talked a bit about ivermectin.
Yeah, I'm okay with people using the ivermectin, but I don't think the ivermectin has any role in lowering spike at all.
So what it's more like to prevent the symptoms?
No, ivermectin is actually probably helping intercalation. The problem is the spike is still going to be made. But the real goal is you cannot have intercalation into your DNA. When that happens, then it's just a matter of time before you get the cancer. That's what ubiquination is all about. I mean, that's why those 30 blogs, I wrote them before all this shit now. I mean, I had no idea that our government was going to create something that, raises your ubiquination through the roof, but that's effectively what they've done.
Got it. Yeah, I need to read all those. I went to UCLA and studied math and evolutionary anthropology, but I need to learn more bio to understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not going to be hard for you to get because realistically, you know that this everything in biology is based on stochastic math, and when you really understand probability well, really that's the game that you're playing right now. You want to be in an environment where it's more probable than not that Aaron does not get fucking cancer. And that means that wherever you can keep the genome stable, that's the best place for Aaron. And Aaron's got to figure out how he's going to build a life around that area. Because really, if you think about it, Aaron, compliance has now caused your clock to tick a different way. And you have to look at life a little bit differently than some of the other people, that are on this call. And I do believe other people will have this problem from other mechanisms. Like people who get cancer, who get anemia, who get blood transfusions, they're going to be in the same spot you are. To make it very clear to you, Aaron, some of your friends that are unvaccinated, you should also make them go have the test, especially if they live in LA and they're fucking around with people that you fucking around with. Their spike is going to be higher than yours. Why? Shedding is real. The other big issue is COVID itself was a manufactured virus. There are certain immune systems with haplotypes. When the virus gets in, they can raise it. So I'll give you an example because this happened in California a lot. I have a friend that was on Bitcoin Clubhouse who didn't take the jab, but she got COVID 4 times. Her spike protein is through the fucking roof.
Dang.
So guess what that means? She lived in a place that knocked her immune system down, and that let her get COVID. So you know what that was like? That was like her taking 4 jabs. And her spike hasn't come down yet. And she still lives in California.
Dang.
Like if you're a single person and you live in California, the best advice that Uncle Jack can give you is get the fuck out and do not fuck anybody in California. Swear to God. That would be top of my list. And just so you know, I told an 18-year-old that and a 13-year-old that yesterday.
Dang. Yeah, no, I've seen you, Kevin, and I think Mary too, Dr. Bowden talk about the shedding. And I mean, there's evidence in reputable journals and reputable studies, and
there's very good evidence. And I can tell you, when there's evidence, you know that tsunami wave is going to grow. So what your goal is try to be around other savages that didn't take the jab. Try to be around people that are doing it right. This is where I think our community, I think it's going to pull a lot of us closer together. And like I said, all these things, not only does quantum biology help, cancer, autoimmune conditions, but it's going to be critical to a guy like you. Why? Because it's a big deal. And, every time you get that spike protein, you're going to look at it and it's kind of like you're almost looking like in an hourglass. I mean, I understand what it means. You sound like you're getting it. You can't worry about it because the milk is spilt. It's just what I just told Jess. It's time to make cottage cheese out of it. Let's go. That's the way I look at it. And that's the mindset you got to get. But I understand when you truly understand the totality of it, is it daunting? Yeah, I understand, but I'm not here to fucking turn you into a giant pussy. I want to turn you into a goddamn savage. I don't care if you got jabbed or not. You can still be a hard out. You can still, live to your full potential. The problem is you're not going to get any help from the centralized system because they gave you the jab so that they could kill you. And you need to understand your government tried to kill you. And for me, when you fully get that mindset and that you took 3 of them, then guess what? You say, okay. And this is almost like you're JFK and you're saying, fuck it. You didn't kill me. I'm coming back. I'm a danger to your status quo.
Right, exactly. I mean, I think that's what we all really appreciate about, speaking with you, reading what you write, learning from you is that, I read your book, the Epi Paleo book, and that I think was 2011. And you were talking about, all this dietary stuff, leptin stuff, seed oil stuff that no one was talking about. I know you were talking about light flicker back in like 2016. That's barely being talked about now, but I'm friends with a lot of the people at Daylight, and as you said, they're another great community, like your community of savages, and you calling out the Callie Mean story, the James Angleton story, the Daylight Computer story, So you're always ahead of the ball, and really appreciate that. So you don't, just to clarify, you don't think I went to a talk, and I know you used to think. I mean, I don't know what you thought, to be honest, but it seems like you might have used to think higher of him, but. Of Robert Lustig, but he was talking about the importance of fiber for cancer prevention and all these different things.
I don't think Lustig knows anything at all about cancer.
About biophysics, right?
He doesn't know anything about biophysics. What his focus has always been on is about fructose and kids with obesity. And you have to remember, obesity for me is really not a food story. It's really the leptin, melanocortin pathway story. You may want to close that. It's getting ready to get gnarly here. We got like a hurricane going on outside. I mean, the
Yeah,
wind is up to like 30, 40 miles an hour.
see your plants blowing around.
Kind of nuts. But it's gotten really dark and I can see the rain's coming. But what I was saying to you, Lustig is not a bad guy. He just doesn't have the full. Chantal, don't worry about it. Please close the door. Look at him out there, and you're worried about a goddamn fucking cushion. You got like 60-mile-an-hour winds now. He's a good dude, but it's kind of like the argument that I'm really having with Casey and Callie means why are you focusing on red dye and Fruit Loops when 25,000 kids are getting popped with the jab and 5,000 Americans are dying a week from something
Right.
dark? You know what I'm saying? And I think
Yeah,
when your priorities are misaligned, you know, and this is real talk for you. I mean, you get bad advice, Aaron, you could be dead. And that's the reason why I think guys like Callie and Casey, they're very dangerous for people like you because they want you to focus in on what is superfluous. And you have to remember who they get their marching orders from, the people that try to kill you.
Right. I mean, they want me to measure my blood sugar, not my spike assay.
Correct. You got it.
Got it.
And I think the fact that you have that mindset, you begin to understand then why Jack is such a pain in the ass for guys like Lustig and the guys in the paleo community, because they always thought it was about food, and I told you it was always about light. Most of them were stunned when I told them that blood sugar and insulin go up when you're in blue light. I remember when I told Lustig that in 2012, he didn't believe it. And he's still talking the same stuff today that he was in 2012. So what does that tell you as a centralized, or I should say, a decentralized savage? Is that a guy that you want to pay any money to or pay any mind to when he sees the world as a hammer, I should say as a nail, and he's the hammer? I mean, I don't know. That's a question for you to answer.
Well, no, I mean, I completely agree because all the people in that community, they really only think evolutionarily. Like, you know, I'm an anthropologist back to, you know, food, but prior to being humans and monkeys and land reptiles and fish, you know, we were single cellular organisms being influenced by light, like you always talk about, you know. I've read Cosmo Sapiens, and it's really not all of it, but a lot of it's laid out there. It goes so much deeper than food, as you're saying. But yeah, okay. So I guess diet wise, it really doesn't matter too much. I mean, I'm aware the light is by far the electromagnetics, the location, all that, the grounding, you know, all these.
Just think about what I said to Emanuela earlier, that she asked a good question because it hints to what you're getting ready to ask me. She goes, Jack, why is it that I have to eat my dinner later in Canada, but I probably wouldn't have to do that in El Salvador? It's because there's more UV light here. Well, let's do the same thing with Aaron. Aaron lives 33 latitude where it's geoengineered and there's fucking EMF all around him. Do you think the choices of diet at the 33rd latitude is going to be the same there as it will be in Panama or Costa Rica? The answer is absolutely not. So when you get out, I would tell you while you're in Los Angeles, I'd eat like a great white shark. But when you get out, you're likely not going to have to do that. And that's going to mimic your experience or the experience that Paul Saladino's had, who, you know, became a billionaire writing a book on the carnivore diet and now breaks every single rule that was in his book and lives in Costa Rica and eats honey and fruit all the time. You know, I don't get on Saladino's case about that because guess what he's proved? My point to all the idiots.
Right, exactly. I mean, just evolutionarily, we never had peaches in Alaska, and we never had, you know, all the stuff in Costa Rica or all the stuff in LA and Costa Rica.
Right.
It's pretty simple.
Always had pineapples and coconuts in Costa Rica. That's why they're perfectly fine to eat.
Right, exactly. Okay, so I guess is there, I mean, I just give, Dr. Bowden a lot of credit. Is there, you think, danger with following a Bowden McCullough type, not with the medicines and the supplements, but just with the diet and like the fiber and the fasting? I mean, I hear
No.
not to do fasting, but okay.
Mary is big into the carnivore diet, and where you are right now in LA, that's probably a smart move with 8,800 spike. I think all the stuff in the McCullough protocol for you is absolutely superfluous. I also am very concerned about the incentives with the wellness company. I don't think they're as honest as everybody else thinks. But do I think that McCullough has been more high signal than, say, Malone? Yeah. Do I think Mary is absolutely a good person? Yes, I do. But I will be very honest and tell you that I don't think Mary is a very scientific person. And I don't think Mary has actually done things wisely and smartly to protect her own career. I think, I hate to say this, but I think she's too nice for what they're trying to do to her. And I've tried to help her, try to get her into Bitcoin. I said, Mary, you need to stop trying to fix the world, because these people are going to break it. And it's, that Russell Okun post that got posted yesterday. If you want to know the truth, the number one person who needs to read that is Mary Bowden.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I feel like, she's awesome. I feel like she really, 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 of course, understands the COVID story, but what you do a great job of is linking the COVID story to all the stories. And they're all one story dating back to, Meyer Lansky and the Oppenheimer missions and all that. And
Well,
even before
when she didn't even know until Kevin told her. He's like, that, Mary, I got all these vials because Jack went back into the hospital to get him because he knew the best in the fucking vials. And she just looked at me. She goes, "You're going to tell me that this started in the 50s?" I'm like, "Yeah." I said, "I just had to prove it." And Kevin proved it. I said, "So can you stop having the illusion that these fucking people are on your side?" That Greg, I was the one that told her literally at the Cali Means interview. I said, "Mary, Greg Abbott is a World Economic Forum young member. He is not going to fucking save you." I said, "In fact, he may bury you." That's how naive he is.
Damn. Yeah, and I mean, they're all Operation Paperclip descendants.
Correct.
So, okay, cool. You like great white shark, get in the sun, ground, get the fuck out of California. Eating fiber is okay, but it doesn't really have that much of a difference. And routine.
I'm okay with doing it, but I don't think that's going to play a big role here at all. But you know what you can do your own biohack, eat all the fiber you want, check your spike, see what it is.
Right. I mean, unless you think it's risky to do so.
No, I don't think eating fiber is risky. I just think that it's probably going to fuck your microbiome up. And that's where I would tell you, that's where you need to talk to Sabine Hazen. She's really come around my way in the last probably 3 or 4 months. And she'll tell you high fiber diet is kind of devastating to the microbiome.
Why would that be, though, given that
we don't know? That's the truth. We don't know the answer.
Okay.
But I have a funny feeling that people that normally eat a high fiber diet tend to be in equatorial areas. So I got a funny feeling it's a light story at its core. But I know she's studying it now. That I can tell you.
Got it. So only eat the amount. I mean, the Hadza we know eat close to 100 grams of fiber a day, but they're in, Tanzania. Right. Got it. Okay. And then the fat.
They have more melanin on your skin than you do. That's for sure.
Right. Probably 10 or 20 of me is.
That's what I'm saying. They're Fitzpatrick 6. I guarantee you. I can't see you because you're on a daylight, but I guarantee you ain't a 6.
No, definitely not. Probably 3 or 4. But okay. And then you think the fasting could be harmful or no?
I think it's superfluous. I think when it's going to be optimizing you is when you get your spike below probably 2,000-3,000.
Okay, got it.
But again, I don't have a problem with you doing it. I just think that you need to keep your nutrition optimized. What I don't want to see happen to you is you to become malnourished because of a false idea.
Right, eating way too much fiber and losing all
Right.
these benefits.
Losing all
Yeah,
the nutrients, and that can happen. You know, high fiber diets tend to be diets that are tied to people who are vegans and vegetarians, and that's not good for you.
right. Yeah, no, I'm not talking like 100 grams. I'm just talking eating enough raw veggies and cooked and cooled potatoes to keep a healthy microbiome, but not excessive, and trying to do so locally. I work on a farm, so I mean that's part of what I do. So only eating that type of stuff also. But anyways, cool. Thank you so much. I mean,
All right,
we all
no
really,
problem.
yeah. Thank you for knowing all the stories, months, years, even decades before the stories come to the news and come to people's cognition, or even don't. So really appreciate you.
No problem. Listen, I'm going to take a little break because I got to take a piss.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll take this. This is nuts. You see this shit on here? Yeah.
Hey, Chantal.
Hi, Christy. It's pouring here. I'll take any questions.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Good.
Nobody else can see us.
Everybody else can see us. So say hey.
He's back.
Okay.
Later.
That's nuts. It's pouring out. It's pouring at the beach too. You can see it right there. All right, who's up?
Okay. Well, we're done with the live questions, so we're going to questions to be asked. The
Okay.
first one we have is from Patrick. He is asking, are fermented foods like kimchi and sauerkraut good for you? Please explain why.
That's probably a good talk after what we just said. Those are fiber, but they're all short chain fatty acids that turn, I should say, carbohydrates that turn into SFAs. So they are good for colon health. The big issue is like when your microbiome is degraded and you want to try to improve it, you can use that. You'll start farting and shitting like crazy. But yeah, it's not a bad thing to consider.
Okay, actually, I missed one person. Stephanie, I apologize for that. Go ahead and unmute. Thank you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Hello.
Okay,
Yep.
good. Yeah, sorry. Let's see. So, I just wanted to say one good thing about like the first half of your in the chat. I love the whole, thing about America because I understand where it's going. I've been reading Atlas Shrugged since I was 14 years old.
Oh, there you go.
I've been
That
prepared
is
since
probably the ideal book to read about what's going on.
everybody needs to read that because I mean I've read it like 10 times. So but so I'm an Ayn Rand fan, so I'm already mentally prepared for all of this. Anyway, so yeah, so I just had a question about where I live and just something I'm kind of suffering from, like an illness. So and I live in Cape Cod, Massachusetts. So and it's like kind of segregated from the rest of Massachusetts. And people came here during the pandemic for that reason.
Uh-huh. I know all about it. Trust me. I went to school up there.
Oh, really? Oh, wow. School on Cape Cod
No,
or Massachusetts?
up in New England. I understand the psychoticness of the people in that area.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have to be a loner here, definitely. Because
I was gonna say, if you are reading Atlas Shrugged, living on Cape Cod, you are a fucking salmon swimming upstream.
Oh yeah, my teachers all hated me even in my high school. They told me she's not a real philosopher. They tried to like even as a teenager they wouldn't let me read her and like try to so it was rough. But I fought through it. I never let them gaslight me. So and I'm also like very much into health. I have been my whole life, but I made a huge mistake and I took a pharmaceutical and that damaged me really badly. And so I have a lot of health problems from that. Um, so it was a benzodiazepine, and I'm kind of going through what Jordan Peterson went through.
Yep.
So
We just talked about that in a podcast. I don't think it's been released yet, though.
oh really?
Yeah, I'm trying. Maybe it has been released. Wasn't it that guy Chantel, the chiropractor guy that was asking me about autism kids? Then he didn't. I think it's out. I actually talk about it towards the end of that podcast.
Oh.
I always show this picture and blogs about dopamine, melatonin, and then on the bottom it's the photoreceptors that regenerate. But the one thing I've never really talked about is the yellow neuron that comes up in the bottom, and that's GABA, and that's where benzodiazepines destroy your ability to make photoreceptors.
Yeah, and they also like prevent you from upregulating your GABA receptors. So like mine have been downregulated for so long, or upregulated for so long artificially, I should say, that when you stop the benzodiazepine, they no longer remember how to upregulate themselves. So
I can tell you that's what you've been told, but that's not true.
well, my doctors didn't tell me anything. I've had to do all my own research because I've been gaslit to death, and they all say it's psychiatric. They don't believe anything I'm going through. I've had to do.
No, it is psychiatric, but it's actually biophysical. The answer is that you have to turn on the ability for the photoreceptors to work, because you know what benzos really do? They affect neuropsin, they affect all the opsins, they affect all the ability of UUs to light in the eye. So what does it do? It changes the optical density of your tissue. So Fermat's law totally changes in you. So once you know that, then you get the big wake up call. Your psychiatric illness is you live in Cape Cod. If you were down here, I would tell you that you could probably clear out the problem way quicker. One of the big complaints I've had about Jordan Peterson is that he's never done the deep dive, and his daughter is a real fucking problem because she tells everybody bullshit.
Yep.
That you can fix this with diet.
Yeah.
You can fix this with light, but what you have to do is you have to get rid of the broken photoreceptor system. Once you get rid of it, you upregulate it, you're good to go. What's the single most important part? Your eyes, your face, and your chest. Why? Because you have to get the superior cervical ganglion involved in this, and then slowly you can improve the situation. But when you have benzos, I'll tell you what it's like. It mimics going into a hole in the ground for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years, like working in a mine, or it's equivalent to working in space for probably 2 years. Like all the things that the astronauts are going to get going to Mars, they're going to mimic all the things that people who have benzo addictions get. And
yeah, it's not an addiction though, because like for instance, I didn't want to continue taking it, but I had to taper off for 2 years because if I stopped taking it abruptly, my whole nervous system would stop working.
That's what I'm trying to tell you though. That defines addiction, just so you know that. And
well, addiction is more, isn't it more so when someone doesn't or can't stop and they don't want to stop. I couldn't stop taking it, or my
doesn't matter. The want to
body.
doesn't matter. What matters is that the system becomes change. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. You're pushing back on me because you don't understand. It's an optical density issue. When your optical density is changed, you cannot get off the medication.
Yeah.
Why? Because what is it doing? It physically changes the atomic molecular organization in your cell, so light doesn't travel the same way. And this is the level that none of these idiots get to. That's why they never help anybody that has benzo problems.
Mm-hmm.
No, this is a medication that I'm pretty familiar with. Why? Neurosurgeons use benzodiazepines for a lot of different things, and we know how dangerous they are. We know what they can do.
Can I tell you one of my severe side effects that's very life-threatening? It's like, and my doctors still don't even believe I'm going through this, but like I have like instant reactions to things. I can't take medications anymore ever again. I can't take supplements. I can't take anything. Everything has an adverse paradoxical reaction on me now. So even if I get an infection, I can't take an antibiotic because that would kill me. So
Yeah, you understand why though?
no, well, I think I have an open blood-brain barrier. That's my guess.
No,
But
no, it's not an open blood-brain barrier. Your system, all the photoreceptors in it are shot. So what are the main photoreceptors that work with benzos is in your immune system. So you now have something called tachyphylaxis and anaphylaxis. Why? Because the system has different optical density.
No. Apágalo.
I don't know what just happened there.
someone must not be muted.
I got them all. You're good.
All right. So what happens is that system can't work. So when you take something, any medication to respond to it, you remember that the normal stuff that's in a pharmacology book doesn't happen in you because light travels in you different.
Mhm.
And the problem is the doctors don't understand that.
Not at
And
all.
one of the interesting things that you'll be shocked at, now, not that you're going to want to do this, but if you ever do, say you do have a life-threatening problem, like say you get in a car wreck and you have to go to the hospital, you should have your family have deuterium depleted water somewhere around. Why? What's the fastest way for you to change your optical density? It's actually by imbibing. It would be better for you to get it through an IV. But if you drink deuterium depleted water, you can change your optical density that way. Because what does it do? It allows water to flow in you just the same way it would if your mitochondria are normal. In your case, you're not.
I
But
can't do anything. I wonder if I even react to that kind of water because certain waters I can't drink. I have to like I can drink Mountain Valley water and like other waters I'll react to.
Time out. You got to be a member for you to say that. Do you understand what your mitochondria makes? Deuterium depleted water. You make that fucking water. So
yeah,
no,
I mean, I make I eat
gonna,
B12 too, but if I take a B12 supplement, I'll die because I like react really to
but a
it. But
B12 supplement is not the same.
okay.
It's not. It's not the same as stuff that's in your body.
Yeah.
Anything that is outside the body isn't, but deuterium depleted water is actually the water that you make. There's
Yeah.
there's nothing else in the water. And
You
what
probably have to like take a perfect dosage that my body would understand though, because like dosage affects me really badly. It's got to be like the perfect dose and the perfect context, and it's like
water doesn't need that context. It's
yeah,
what you make.
yeah.
And all you have to do is drink it. And what happens, you have to change that over because your mitochondria can't make it.
Mm-hmm.
Because your mitochondria can't make it, that's part of the reason that you can't fix this problem.
Maybe, yeah.
Heme proteins in you make it. What turns the heme proteins on? It's actually UV and IR light, which is why I told you Cape Cod is your real problem. You only get 3 months of that light
Yeah.
being available. So you're never going to renovate your heme proteins to fix the real problem. This is the reason why Jordan Peterson had so many problems for so long because he kept listening to idiots. And
Yeah.
not one of my ex-members knew him very well and kept telling him, you need to talk to Cruz. And he refused to do it. And then his daughter wanted to do a podcast with me and she canceled like 3 or 4 times because she knew I was going to fucking blow her paradigm up. And guess what happened? And he wound up staying sick for like a whole shitload of time. You don't know this, but I can tell you. How did he get fixed? He had IV therapy. If you want to know the therapy that he got, go listen to the Danny Jones podcast when you hear about how I saved that girl's life with hypertonic deuterium depleted water. That's exactly how they did it. And when you eat a carnivore diet, here's the part that Michaela did get right. Do you know what you stimulate once you finish it? You make more deuterium depleted water from that.
Oh wow.
That's
I don't do carnivore. I'm kind of like paleo, so
same shit. It's no different.
Yeah.
It's really
I
no
like my
different.
carbs. I like my sweet potatoes and all that stuff. So
Yeah, I mean but that's no different at all than what they're doing. They probably eat less carbs than you do.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, carbs in your case probably will keep you in that because one of the things that you need to know, in fact, it's in the blogs, you make more deuterium depleted water from fat and then protein and carbs. What's the number? 110 grams on a molar basis from fat 75 grams from protein, and then 55 from carbohydrates.
Okay.
And that actually is the end part of metabolism. You're making deuterium depleted water and obviously CO2. But you need to understand, how all these things fit together. And once you fit it together, remember, deuterium depleted water is not really a drug. It makes up the number one chemical in your body by far, because H2O is so small. I mean, it's 98% of the weight of your body.
So it's impossible to have a reaction to it.
Impossible. I'm
Okay.
telling you.
I'm so scared of reactions. I'm so done with reactions. Like when I have to eat something new or try something new I haven't tried in a while, I have to like taste test it. I have to see what my reaction is going to be. It's
I
like
would tell you that you taste test the water anytime.
Yeah.
But I also don't think, short of you, pulling like a nut job move, like drinking a gallon of it at once.
Yeah.
Oh, I would just have you drink a bottle in the morning, midday, and afternoon. And not only that, the other interesting thing for you with this condition, if you got yourself to go down south, like say to Panama or Costa Rica, you would notice that things that normally set you off would set you off less. And it's not because of the light. It's actually because you're making more deuterium depleted water at your mitochondrial level.
Well, ever since the spring and summer came back, a lot of my sensitivities are gone. So I know that, and I've been grounding a lot. I've been swimming in the ocean every day. I've been doing like hours of sunlight, and I'm a photographer and I do sunset photography. So I'm always out during sunset. And
I'm saying you're already proving my point.
Yes. And I know
So-
once fall rolls around and winter rolls around, I'll be a disaster again. And for 7 months, and it's like, I'm so scared of going through that again. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I don't think.
That's what you should do. You should actually try to spend the winter somewhere else. And
Yeah.
even if you went there, I would still tell you to drink the deuterium depleted water. The reason why, the more time you spend, because you don't realize this, and this is in the current blogs. Like you can read the last 3 or 4 blogs. I show pictures of what the optical density is from heavy water and deuterium depleted water. It's a huge difference in how it works with red light. But Pollock has just done recent studies. I haven't seen them published yet, but everybody's told me about them, that he finally listened to my criticism that I gave him in 2013, that he never did his studies with deuterium depleted water, that he would find out that there was a big shift in the water if you use that, because that's the water mitochondria made. He just assumed there would be no difference. And lo and behold, some guy named Jarecki interviewed him, and he admitted to Jarecki that I was right. So I'm going to tell you, that's actually one of the key metrics for you getting back what the benzos did to you. Because what you have to do, the optics are broken in you. And once you understand the optics are broken, that means that the bioelectric part, which is the guy that's really close to you, Michael Levin and Tufts, he's trying to convince everybody that it's fucking electricity. Before you become electric as a human, you're photobiologic, meaning that it's all optics. And that is the reason why that picture that I always show with dopamine, melatonin, and GABA coming up, it should be a light bulb moment for anybody that uses any GABAergic drug. It's a huge problem because you're resetting the entire optics of the system. And you use that a long time.
I would say it's the worst drug on earth is Klonopin. I would say, and I had no idea that it was so bad. And like, I've always been against drugs my whole life. I've never smoked, I've never drank, I've never done anything. And yet I got messed up by Klonopin. And it's like,
There's a lot of people,
if I had done hair,
that are sick from that drug, I can tell you, in medicine, that drug isn't even used that much anymore. The people they tend to use it in are people that are truly crazy, that have mental disorders. And the reason that it's effective in people with mental disorders is what I'm trying to get through to you now, is it changes their tissue optics, which are always fucked up. That is the reason. But you have to remember, the doctors that are writing these scripts, they learn nothing about optics. When I sit down and talk with them, I said, tell me what the the tissue absorption is of leptin, they all look at me like I'm crazy. And then when I tell them it's 220 and I show them the picture of it, I said, okay, now I want to ask you another question. Why is the most major hormone in the body have an absorption spectrum that doesn't match the sun? And then they do a hard stop. Why am I trying to get him to where I'm trying to get you? Because it turns out the light inside you is a big deal. Then do a hard stop. You learned as a little girl that the speed of light is what it is in a vacuum. Well, guess what? There's no vacuum in you. It turns out the atomic molecular organization in you determines the speed of light. And it turns out drugs that change the speed of light in you have these effects.
Yeah.
That's the reason why they're so devastating. And
I've had friends that are like cannot recover their lives. They're totally disabled from it, and they suffer every day for years. Some of them cold turkeyed off of it, and they're a disaster. I don't even know if there's any hope for them. They're done. Their nervous systems are fried to death. And
I will tell you, there's always an answer. The problem is, I put this on Twitter, not Twitter, but Instagram about a month or two ago, and I got a lot of shit for it. Every patient, I should say every disease is curable, but not every patient is. You know why? Because they're not willing to fucking do what they need to do. And
I will do any, and I try to do everything, and I use nature because that's not only do I love nature, but it's also been my only choice because I react to all man-made stuff, so I have no choice. But
yeah, but the nature I want you to plug into is nature that's going to change your optics. And what's that? You have to start treating yourself like a coconut tree and less like someone who lives on Cape Cod. And you've already got this message. Why? You said by your own admission, yeah, it's kind of weird. In spring and summer, I do great here, but I don't like the 7-8 months where I'm not. Okay, well, fucking change that. You're not a tree. Because guess what? You may learn something about yourself, and you may say, yeah, it's not convenient to do this, but you just got finished telling the whole audience here that your life's a fucking train wreck. Well, if it's that big of a train wreck, buy a fucking plane ticket on September 1st and come see how crazies live down here. And then you may be shocked about how things change, because then you're going to learn something about, I didn't learn anything in my studies about nonlinear optics. I didn't learn anything about Brillouin scattering. I don't know anything about Rayleigh scattering. And guess what? Those are all the things that determine how things work in you. Like your specific problem with benzos interact with something called second generation harmonics. If you don't know anything about that, then guess what?
I do a lot of research, man.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell you. And that is actually fundamentally how you work. And when you see it, just so you know, I've got blogs about that stuff that's been written a long time ago. So that stuff is coming back in the current blogs now. Some of that stuff in there about how UPEs are changed is actually about how the optics has changed. And the number one way optics are changed is actually how much deuterium depleted water and how much light your mitochondria can make.
Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess that's the number one thing, since I'm sensitive to all other things and I'm doing everything in nature that I can. I go hiking all the time. I don't even work anymore. I was a classical pianist and I teach piano, but I had to stop doing it because I was actually having allergic reactions to people's fabric softeners and laundry detergents, and like I can't handle colognes or fragrances. And then if I tell people not to come to my house with that stuff, they've said that they weren't wearing anything, but I'd smell it and it's so strong. And I'm like, so I have chemical sensitivities. I can't be near people who are wearing chemicals. So I just say,
that's MCAS. MCAS is definitely a sign that you got an optical problem. I mean, you know who else gets that? The people that tend to get that is from mast cell activation. That's also tied to this story that you're laying out. Other people that get this, people that have ME, other people that get it, people that have Lyme disease. These are all hijacks of the optics in that system. And when you begin to realize that once you fix the optics and then you fix the immune system slowly over time, you can get it all back. Then you're going to be able to go back in an environment that normally you reacted to, so that you build up your margin of safety. Instead of having anaphylaxis, you're going to build up a tachyphylaxis, and then all of a sudden you're going to be able to normalize. You're going to be scared at every level when you do this, but what's going to, probably change your mind when you're in the optimal environment that you know the optics are good. That's when you're going to start adding the toxins back in because you already know you're in the best place you can be. So I'm okay. And then you
Yeah.
see what happens. The number one thing that nobody can tell you is the time to fix the optics is a function of what the dose response curve was in you. So the interesting thing for people with this sensitivity, my belief is that these people that get this problem like you have very uncoupled haplotypes. These are people that come from the top of the world. And that's actually what Jordan Peterson found out when he had his haplotype checked. His people were like from Siberia. And that was a very, very interesting issue. And I'm looking at you because you look a little bit like a ginger. It doesn't surprise
No,
me.
no, no. I'm not a ginger.
But you
and
look
maybe
a little bit, you have the skin tone of a ginger. And I don't know if you've done your ancestry or anything else, but if you found out your haplotype, say you were an H or a K, boy, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
Okay. Well, my whole family's from England mostly, so that I
Well,
mean
there you
like
go.
immediate family, but and then like
The only thing I care about is your mother's side, where your mother's side is from. But it would be interesting for you to do it because if you find out that's the case, then you picking up and moving to a place where you have light stability for literally 12 months,
Yeah.
I bet you that you'll do way better.
yeah, there's so many other factors in moving. It's like, it's like I don't want to live next to a cell phone tower. Like right now I live 0.2 miles from a cell phone tower, which is bad, right? That's a bad range, right? I'm sure it is.
Yeah, it's a bad range, but I'm going to tell you, in your disease, I don't think it's as big a deal as you think, and I'll tell you the
Okay.
reason.
Yep.
Your leptin melanocortin pathway is actually functioning.
Yeah.
I can tell because of the tan that you've got on your body.
hmm
The problem is an optical problem, meaning that you're not able to make water appropriately, and because of that, the light that you're absorbing becomes useless. It's more noise than signal.
It's interesting you said this because
That's the
all of
why
my
you're-
labs are perfect. Like my doctors look at me like I'm crazy because I have no signs of inflammation, autoimmune disease. I've done every lab under the sun for years. Perfect labs. And yet I have all of these crazy life-threatening symptoms.
that should scream to them that you've got an optics problem.
Yeah. Well, no, they think it screams you're crazy and you're making this up and it's a somatoform disorder and you have anxiety and depression. I'm like, I'm the last person on earth that has anxiety and depression. Every day I wake up and I'm on an adventure and I'm self-progressing and I read books, I play piano, I do photography. Do not tell me I have anxiety and I'm depressed. I'm the last person on earth. And all I do all day is like coach people about health and whatever and philosophy. And so when they say that to me, it's highly degrading to my intelligence. When they tell me that I have psychiatric problems, because I don't, and that I have depression, I don't even know what depression is. I've never felt it in my life. So it's like I don't know what they're talking about. And it's just very degrading to talk to them. That's why I wanted to talk to you because I thought you might be the only person on earth left who could help me, actually. After
I'll be
years
honest,
of
I don't think this one is a tough one to solve. And I think the reason why is if you understand what GABA really does, it doesn't allow you, when dopamine and melatonin aren't accurate, you can't fix any of the photoreceptors in your body.
Mhm.
And that's the problem. And you have to fix that issue. The fastest way for you to fix that issue is you optimize water and light because that's what will fix it. You're already doing all the other stuff I want you to do. The problem is you're a coconut in the tundra. I need you to be a coconut in the tropics and then see what the effect is, because then if your optics change, you're going to sit there and go, son of a bitch.
Yeah.
That's
Anytime
not
I'm
what to do.
grounding.
You can do exactly what you're doing in Cape
Yeah.
Cod. I just need you to do it in a place
Yeah.
where you're perfectly grounded all the time with great water and great light. And then let's see if you can change your optics.
I tried to do it in Charleston, South Carolina. I lived there for 8 months, but there were like military bases, and then they had a paper mill factory, and it was exuding hydrogen sulfide into the air. And oh my God, it smelled like dirty socks every morning. So I had to get out of there. And so
Yeah,
I
South
was
Carolina is not a great place. I'm going to be honest. I had a member who was a farm member who argued with me that I eventually had to get rid of.
Really?
She just wouldn't tolerate the fact that she needed to leave, and
Oh,
neither
it's
did
filthy. It's filthy down there too.
Yep.
The air quality is terrible. They have paper mills all over the place. It's disgusting. And people said, "Oh, that's the smell of Charleston." I'm like, "Yeah, but you all have no lung capacity, so why am I gonna stay here? You all have asthma." So absolutely not staying here. But so I came back to Cape Cod. It has cleaner air. At least it's very clean here. There's a lot of like it's clean water. They're very big on the environment here, so nothing's polluted. Anyway, so yeah, so I probably should do a consult with you because I do need someone to help like kind of save my life in a very specific way because I'm very lost. And so
I'll be honest with you, I don't think you need to do a consult. I think you just got one here. I think you need a plane ticket and a lot of water in a suitcase and go down there and see what happens. Because honestly, I think that's all it's going to take for you to actually realize all you need to do is focus in on the optics. Everything else that you're doing, I'm okay with. But the part of this that it's clear you haven't got to, you need to read everything I've ever written on optics. You need to look up all like the nonlinear optics, NLO, put it in the search things of the blogs. Read, I mean, Brilliant scattering just showed up in one of the fucking blogs that I just released in the last couple of days. Second harmonic generations in, God, I can't remember what series it was, but I know there's a whole blog on all the different optical pathways that we use. And it was a while ago. I'm going to tell you, it's probably like 4 or 5 years ago, but they've still come out, you know, in other blogs, like especially with the consciousness series, and it was also in the demyelination series. Nonlinear optics is a huge, huge big deal.
what I look up optics? What else?
Nonlinear.
Oh, nonlinear.
It goes by the acronym NLO. And then if you do a Google search on it, you'll see there's a whole bunch of different aspects of nonlinear optics. Basically, that allows you to change light to different frequencies. So it tells you the tissues are the lenses that do this. So your optical density of your tissues are huge. What do fundamentally benzodiazepines do? They change your optical density incorrectly so that light that normally is a good signal becomes noise.
Yep.
And that's the reason why your body, that's the reason why your body reacts violently to something it shouldn't act to.
Yep,
and why those doctors don't understand that? I mean, Jesus Christ, that's not
they interpret it as craziness, and I'm getting so tired of it after years. So I don't have any doctors because they don't like to talk to me, because when I talk to them the way I'm talking to you, they think it's more craziness. They're like, "Oh, so you're doing your own research and stuff, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I am." I'm like, I'm college educated, you know, I know how to do research. Why is that a problem? Like, and they talk to me like I'm a child, and I'm getting so sick of it.
Well, they don't understand what they don't understand. You have to remember, you're talking to a lot of people that have the Dunning-Kruger effect, and they believe that that's present. But, you know, I would just tell you, you haven't been a member probably long enough, but you need to embrace the suck of what you've gone through.
Yeah.
And once you find this answer out, you may be hell on wheels for a lot of people, because you're going to say, look, I did not know that benzodiazepines change our optical density. Like, to try to make this very easily for you to understand, what's the number one way people change their optical density? Clothes. What's the next way? Sunscreen. What's the next way? Sunglasses. So these are all things that are on the outside. Your problem is that the drug changed it on the inside.
Yeah.
Therein lies the difference. And when you begin to understand that, you start to go, wait a minute. Once my lenses have been changing on the inside, if I get the same light that everybody else gets from the outside in, it only would make sense that I'm not, my system doesn't respond properly to it. That's why when you take things that change the UPEs in you, as soon as you change the UPEs, you're fucking creating more noise.
Yep, absolutely, immediately. My body rejects it immediately too. But not nature. Nature has the perfect dose, the perfect context. I don't react to nature. You could put me in like in a garden full of thousands of flowers. I don't react to that smell because that's my
But
body
I
understands
just
that.
don't think you're really getting what I'm trying to tell you is that Cape Cod is you're trying to grow coconuts in Cape Cod. You know how fucking psychotic that sounds?
Yeah, I do love it here. I grew up here. My whole family's here, and the nature is like incredible.
I
And
got
the
news.
wildlife.
Want to know the truth? Here's the fucking hard punch in the mouth coming.
Yeah.
Your family ain't getting you better. Neither is Cape
No,
Cod.
no, but it is extraordinarily beautiful, and I have access to thousands of beaches, thousands.
But
Like
you're also
endless.
sick.
I know.
There's
Yeah,
your answer.
yeah.
So how bad do you want it? There's the question. How
Health
bad do you
is
want it?
number one. Health is number one.
All right. So
Above
then guess
everybody.
what? Ideation without execution leads to deletion. A
Yep.
very good idea. Now it's game time for you. Let's see what you got.
Yeah, without health, you're nothing to anybody. And
Oh.
then that's when people are like, oh, I had to take the jab for my job. I'm like, your job doesn't mean anything if you don't have your health. Like, you can't tell me that that's not an excuse. Because now your family has a sick parent. So like, why does your job even matter if you can't even work it? So like, so I'm very much health is number one. I don't take jabs. I don't take any pharmaceuticals. I'm against all that stuff. And like I said, I've been against drugs my whole life, but this one got me. This freaking one got me and it destroyed me. And I've been suffering. I just had one question too, because this is really bothering me. What do you think about all the doctors right now, like Andrew Kaufman and them, who say like viruses don't exist and there's no evidence of that? Like,
There's a whole thread on the forum about that. Go read
Oh,
it.
really? Okay, because I'm like,
Sitting on the forum. It's been
it's
there
almost convincing that when they talk about it, because I'm a conspiracy theorist type, and I don't believe anything the system tells me. So I'm just like, it makes sense that they don't, because they can control you with the idea that they do. So I was like, I don't even know if Lyme disease exists anymore or whatever. I don't even know.
Lyme disease is a bioweapon. It was made
Yeah.
right where you're located.
But according to these people, it doesn't exist. Like Andrew Kaufman.
Because you know why? They're all incentivized to tell you that. Because guess what? They're making tons of money off doing it.
Off telling you viruses don't exist?
Anybody who thinks viruses don't exist doesn't know the first thing about evolutionary biology. Do you know? If you go back and read my EMF2 blog post, you know what the name of it is? Viral marketing. Go read that and get back with me.
Viral marketing. Okay. No, I really wanted to know. I wasn't
I'll tell you right
convinced.
now, all of those guys are fucking idiots. The number one idiot is a guy named Zach, Dr. Zach. He's convinced all those people that viruses don't exist. I just had fucking dinner with Kevin McKiernan, and he would actually poke their eyeballs out by saying shit like that.
Okay. It was very tempting to believe it because I'm so anti-system, so I just didn't know.
We really need to move on. We have 25 more questions to get through. So, yeah.
Oh my God.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so let's move on to questions to be asked. Next one is from David. What is Jack's take on all these fidget gadgets? Are more people fidgeting now than before? Was it ever a good thing?
I don't know what fidget gadgets are.
The fidget, those things that they sell now that people are fidgeting with? He says, let's
To
see.
be honest with you, I don't know what they are, but Chantal just told me that one of my members' kids uses one of those, and I'll be honest with you. I don't know too much about it, but I would say I think it's a function probably of like obsessive compulsive disorder and also ADHD, likely tied to the non-native EMF environment that's there. So I think it makes sense. Why? Because that's a light mediated phenomenon. But I have to tell you, my experience, I don't think I've seen any patient really outside of her. I just haven't seen it. So I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, next is from Shanti. So if I understand your last blog, biting insects might devour an unhealthy person more because they can see the peripheral UPEs leaking from their aura more. Or do we send out light pheromones that attract them more if we are having a brownout?
That one is that question just makes no sense to me. UPs are light. They're not some fucking voodoo science. We have pictures of it. We know what it is. When you are sick, you emit more light. We've known that since Fritz Pop's time. when you emit more light, bugs will see you. Why? Because bugs, visual systems are more attuned to it. That's the end of the story. So when bugs bite you, it's a sign that you're emitting a lot of light. That's all we can say. We don't know if it's pathologic or not because we don't have the technology to truly know what's going on inside the cell with the optics because we don't have photomultipliers there. The photomultipliers that we have are good to measure the stuff on the outside, usually from 300 nanometers and up. We can't even tell you what's going below 300 nanometers.
Okay, next is from Jorge. You touched on glaucoma in CPC 27 and decentralized medicine 42. You wrote pretty clear, it should be interesting to you that plants do not get cancer in nature. There is a deep reason for this that will be covered in this series. Cataracts, glaucoma, and many autoimmune conditions are earlier appearing Neolithic diseases that often predate oncogenesis because of elevated ubiquitin rate, which is a marker for matrix dysfunction.
We've
Okay.
already talked about all of this
Is-
earlier. This is the ubiquination series.
Yeah.
So we just had the first eye blog. You're going to get more eye blogs. More of this should make more sense. I don't understand this question fundamentally, but the blogs that he's talking about, I think that's the circadian mechanism NAD positive. That is a building block that came from the ubiquination series. But if I'm not mistaken, that was a CPC post. Decentralized Medicine 42 was pretty crystal clear on mitochondrial function. That builds upon the ubiquination series and also the CPC that he's talking about. So when you want to get into the eye stuff is really very complicated because it has lots of different effects. Not only is it tissue optics, but it's also polarization. You heard about that in the demyelination and the consciousness blogs. So I would tell you, you want to go deeper? How about you wait until the rest of the eye blogs are out?
Okay, next question is from Dondi. I know you won't say, or maybe you will, but I just bought the EMR Tech Firehawk. Is this what your father-in-law used?
Yeah.
Next one's from Juan Diego. Bad breath is a symptom of what? 2 or 3 ways to improve it, please.
Periodontal disease, nasty papilla on your tongue, or a microbiome problem. And to fix all and improve it, we'd waste way too much time. This is like one of those things you put on the form, read the blogs. I've got blogs that have covered a lot of this. If you don't like that, then you can do a consult.
Okay, next from Juan Diego. When during the menstrual cycle, is it better or worse for women to fast and to cold plunge?
I actually think we covered that also already. That fasting is really a function of how good the redox is. Fasting is always best when someone's already healthy. When someone's sick, fasting loses its juice, so to speak. You can cold plunge anytime, any place, anywhere, because it improves semiconductive signaling. That's what we're based on. It doesn't matter if you're bleeding or not.
How do you avoid surgery for scoliosis on the lower back, S-shaped? Are inverted tables good?
Trade your parents in because that's likely why you got it. It's a transgenerational epigenetic problem. Usually tied to bad piezo, flexo, and pyroelectricity in your muscle skeletal system. You can use it in inverted tables, but generally it depends on the curve, whether it's going to help you or not. Some people who have scoliosis can't tolerate inverted tables. Probably the best exercises for that are yoga, Pilates, and water aerobics.
Perfect. Next is from Kate. Hi, Jack. Wondering your opinion on the following, if they're worth doing or harmful. Number 1, PEMF.
I would not do it.
2, intermittent hypoxia training.
Actually, we talked about that. I think already with free diving. I don't know if Kate's a new member or not, but there's a whole freaking webinar on free diving from a long time ago. And there's a lot of stuff about hypoxia in the blogs.
Your opinion on the work of Robert Naval?
He's a biochemist in the mitochondrial space. Not what I would call a mover and shaker. He's definitely not. He's not cut from the same cloth as Doug Wallace. He's a guy from, I believe, San Diego or the left coast. I've read some of his stuff. His most famous claim to fame is he came out with some drug, Suriname or some shit, to use in autism. And it was made a big deal of. Like I said, he's more of a biochemist than anything else. So he pushes a lot of big pharma solutions. I'm not really a big fan of his.
What about the work of Martin Picard?
It's good. He's at Columbia University. He's too influenced by Michael Levin, but he's a smart guy. He's doing some good research. He's still too focused on bioelectricity. He needs to get more photobioelectric. But that's my criticism of the entire field in biophysics.
Next is from Pete. Hi, Jack. I read the Keratoconus blog today and have a question. In having to wear contact lens between my sunrise and sunset times, where I do not wear anything over my eyes, while I obtain benefits following the OR similar treatment protocol you prescribed in the 2 savages you treated in the article.
I have no idea what this question is.
Responded.
If you're wearing contacts, you're already fucking this up. I don't understand why you're wearing contacts, and I don't know what context he's talking about. The answer is if you got keratoconus and you're wearing contacts, you're already fucking this up.
So he continued, you responded to my small eye question during the last powwow to use my skin and CT on my face.
Oh, this is the guy with non-ophthalmos. Yeah, now I know who you're talking about.
Yeah.
He's got another eye condition that is actually genetic. So this is probably a totally different aspect. That's why he's got small eyes. He was born with small eyes. Believe it or not, we have a blog coming out on that too.
Yeah, he says he's looking to expand on the treatment and prevention side to optimize stability with his eyes.
There is none. When you're born with a small eye, you're always fucked. So you need to be kind of what I just told the last girl that did the live call. This is a physical problem with atomic molecular organization in the eye. You need the best light that money can buy, and that best light is tropical sun. You also need to keep the heme proteins completely renovated. That's mitochondria making water. The problem is his eyes are not able to make as much water because they're small. So using deuterium depleted water, I mean, the answer for this really is almost the same thing I told our Cape Cod girl. Time to get off your ass and go where the coconuts and pineapples grow, because that's going to help, because technically his eyes were born too small for his body. So that means he gets less light in. So that means less light means more water. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Okay, next is from Ayla. Previously, you have mentioned the progression of disease moving from skin to the gut and then deeper parts of the body. I'm wondering if the reverse could be true with regards to healing. I have been in El Salvador almost 6 months now, and after a few months here, I have developed eczema, but only in the areas of my body that I've experienced Raynaud's disease since I was a baby, on my hands and a bit around my mouth.
All right, stop.
Okay.
Stop. So what did she just say there? She's trying to innovate a response to what's really going on. This actually goes directly to what our friend brought up earlier about the electric fields. The number one thing that I would think of, if you develop eczema in 13 north latitude, I'd be worried that there's dirty electricity all around you. And the fact that it happened in the place that you get Raynaud's, which means you already have bad redox there, that's a certainty that something in the environment was clearly wrong. Why? Because the heteroplasmy rate is already high there. So no, I don't think this is the answer where she's going down. I think this is where Anthony Smith may be right. This is one of those ladies that probably needs to check her area where she's at and find out, does she have an unseen problem that's causing this? Because getting eczema in a place like El Salvador makes zero sense unless something aliens in the environment, or you're just not going out in the sun.
Okay, next is from Jack. He has 4 questions. Number 1, when melatonin is degraded due to blue light, DHA is as well. Does this mean that DHA and melatonin are yoked, and DHA consumption can also increase melatonin?
No.
Okay, next, autophagy is why we sleep, but why do we dream? Are dreams how our subconscious mind process our emotions and the events we experience?
No, it's a function of the UPEs that are made. So dreaming is tied to melatonin creates I should say cortisol creates the sprouting, melatonin cuts the neural networks. Generally, when you're cutting the neural networks, you're releasing UPEs. Those UPEs are superfluous, and that actually forms the dream state.
What are all the strategies to absorb more light? Examples being cooling, CT, consuming salty water, being in salt water, consuming porphyrins, grounding. Am I missing anything?
No.
Okay, last one is hydrocephalus, a disease of too much deuterium in the CSF? If yes, then can DDW be used to cure it rather than surgery?
No, hydrocephalus is usually a transgenerational epigenetic issue of the egg and sperm you came from. And then there's 2 different types. One is communicating and obstructive. Those have different etiologies, so you need to know which one it is. But almost every baby that's born with hydrocephalus has, they have the wrong parents. It's true. Don't bat your eyes at me. The neurosurgery nurse over there going, I can't believe you just said this. Fucking true. I'm sorry to tell you. Certain people shouldn't have babies. I mean, hydrocephalus is a really bad problem too. I have to tell you, it's one of the diseases that I fucking hate taking care of in neurosurgery because it's so frustrating.
Next is from Ryan. 3 questions. Number 1, for your house without walls in a human area, how do you deal with bugs and the elements?
Well, it's pretty simple. I let them in. Chantel is laughing her ass off. She hates that I let them in, but I embrace them. I'll show you just how psychotic Chantel is. She puts these all over the tables. Where's the button? I don't even know how to turn this fucking thing on. Where's the button on the? Oh. Well, it's not working. She wants me to push the button to show you that this spins to keep the bugs out, but it's like the bane of my existence. I think it's the stupidest thing in the world, but oh, there you go. Here, she knows where the button is, but this is her psychoticness. I could care less about the bugs. What? Show them what? Oh yeah, we can show you this. You have to, I don't know if you can see it, but see that thing flickering right there? That is a solar powered UV light that's stuck in the ground. And we bought it when we were back in the United States. We're actually testing it right now because it only works at nighttime, and it says it covers an acre, and we're seeing if it works because it doesn't do shit during the day. But it does work at night. We got one in the back too. And we only have that because Chantel hates bugs. I like bugs. Bugs don't bite me, they bite Chantel. I guess Chantel and Shanti have something in common that you. Yeah, but not that much. That's okay. I got bit when I was at Max's house. Okay. Nothing.
Question number 2 from Ryan. Is it worth the cost to install a well to use for drinking water, or is RO filtered municipal water? Okay.
Only thing that's been better in my house than the well has been the ice machine. So I'm going to tell you, it's kind of funny because those are two water things. I love my well. I love having a swimming pool with deuterium depleted water. I like the fact that I don't have to worry about water anymore. A well is definitely worth it if you're in the right place. Now, I also have a well in the clinic in Louisiana, but I'm not as fabulous in love with that well as I am the well here. Why? Because I'm a little bit worried about the water table in Louisiana because of the bayou and things like that. Like I have no fucking idea what's in it. So I don't drink any of the water out of the well from Louisiana.
Number 3 from Ryan. You said you use activated charcoal plus coconut oil for toothpaste. Do you use it every single day, twice per day?
Sometimes, sometimes not. It depends what I'm doing. Like today, I'm just thinking about it because I've not thought about it. Only brush my teeth so far once. Sometimes I'll brush, yeah, if I'm going somewhere, but I think brushing your teeth too much is also a pathologic thing that you know, the education system got into you, you know, and you know, dental school, you know, kind of taught me a lesson a long time ago. Like, what did we do when there was no fucking dentist? Well, Peter Unger answered that. They had perfect denticians, and no, they didn't brush their teeth or floss. So again, is it a function of, you know, light, water, magnetism? Yeah. I mean, we have this evolutionary proof and we just fucking ignore it. So I don't really think that brushing your teeth and doing all the things the dentist tell you is important, but I think most people who have altered dentitions from living bad lives in the past, you may have to do that. For example, like if you had a crown and bridge, you're probably going to need to do a little bit more. If you got implants, you're going to have to do more. But if you got a healthy dentition, um, I almost, I'm at the point where I actually think even brushing might be superfluous.
Okay, Sheen has 8 questions. Number 1, have you observed any direct effects from consuming egg yolks on clearing or neutralizing spike proteins?
We already talked about that. Food's not going to do shit.
Yep. Number 2, as a biomagnetic pair therapist, I've paused sessions until I hear your perspective. What are your thoughts on using magnets directly on the body?
I don't have a problem with it.
Number 3, the sun's color feels different now than what it did when I was a child. Yellow then, white now, except sunrise, sunset. What drives this shift, and is it affecting the frequency of light we receive?
There's no way to answer this question, but you know, Sheen can answer it. Go buy a spectroscope and find out.
Yeah. Number 4, is the solar simulator real? And if so, do you see it as a current threat?
I think it's real for certain places, but I don't think it's a threat. I think the threat is your government and MK Ultra and the brain health initiatives. I mean, to me, this is the kind of question: are you focused on the right thing or not?
Have polymetallic nodules played any role in human evolution or health?
Not that I know of.
Are you a supporter of holding second or third passports, and what is your reasoning if so?
I think we talked about that earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The answer is right now, if you listen to the first hour of this replay, second, third, fourth, maybe fifth passports may be good. And the reasons why are laid out in that first hour.
Yeah. Number 7, with rising concerns in the Mediterranean, will you consider El Salvador a better place to live from a safety perspective?
There's no safer place in the world than El Salvador right now. That's not even a discussion worth having.
Okay, and the last one, how long do light frequencies remain coherent within a glass of water after being structured?
There's no way to know that. Well, I shouldn't say there's no way to know that. In a glass of water, that test has actually been done. The problem is they never controlled for the water. That's part of the reason why I asked Pollock to do the studies done. I've not read his study, so I can't tell you. I just know the chatter of the podcasters that have talked to him said he's actually done it. So we have to just wait.
Next from Elaine. In your earlier publications, such as the Leptin Reset, you suggest HIIT exercise in the form of heavy weights and sprinting. You also say that muscle mass is a liability as it diverts mitochondria density from the heart and the brain. How are these two positions integrated? Is it moderate muscle mass from the Leptin Reset sprinting and weight regimens beneficial for longevity or at least tolerable as a side effect?
I think I laid this out in the cold thermogenesis series when I talked about Sherpas. I also talked about Sherpas earlier today. These are people that are small little people that are stronger than people with triple and quadruple the amount of muscle. Why? Because they're more efficient. Anytime you put mitochondria in tissues where they don't need it, it's a problem. Why? Because energy is a zero-sum game. The fact that somebody's asking me this question after me getting asked this question by Dr. Alexis Cowan and given a very detailed answer, and I've been very consistent on this topic literally for 20 years. If you're a gym bro and you go in and hypertrophy muscle, you're going to die sooner. It's fucking simple. You want to be a Sherpa. That's the key. You don't need muscle mass. You need strength. And I mean, Chantel can tell you a story. It just happened. When guys meet me, they're always surprised at my grip strength. They're like, I didn't think that would be the case. So the guys that were in Turkey that I bought the Turkish carpet from, he says, I want you to shake hands. Because he shook my hand. He goes, dude, you got a grip. So this guy who works for him that had like fucking these huge arms and big hands, he came over to shake my hand, and I shook his hand, and he was stunned. He goes, I've never had anybody grip my hand kind of like I grip other people's hands. And I said, see, you don't have to be hypertrophy to have good grip strength. And that's always been the case. And I used to think that I had good grip strength because I played baseball, I played football, and I was a doctor, and I always used my hands to do things. I haven't done those things in a long time now, and the grip strength is still there. So I'm going to tell you, it's not about hypertrophy.
Okay, next is from Josh. Dr. Cruz, in your post on OSA, you describe it as a protective mitochondrial response linked to circadian disruption. Do you distinguish between obstructive and central sleep apnea in your framework?
Nope.
Could you, let's see, from a sleep physiology standpoint, OSA involves physical airway collapse despite respiratory effort, while CSA reflects absent drive from the brainstem. Your description aligns more with CSA in several places. Could you clarify if you see them as mechanostatically distinct or part of a shared pathophysiology?
No, I would actually disagree with the premise of the question. OSA has nothing to do with airway collapse. That's what this gentleman believes. It has to do with the stroma being demolished and doesn't have any piezo, flexo, or pyroelectric effect. And generally when that happens, the central sleep apnea syndrome is specific to their reticular activating system. The exact same thing is going on there. It's just a brownout in the entire system. And the most common places this happens in the first and second branchial arcs. That's innervated by the trigeminal and seventh cranial nerve. Those two link back. And if you're really slick and you have a good protocol in your MRI, you can actually see that these people are demyelinated all in the same places. So it's really mimics what people who have collagen vascular disorders have. They have shitty redoxes in their first and second brachial arches.
Okay, next is from Kristen. How long must intracranial hypertension a pediatric patient exist in order to cause a copper-beaten appearance to the inner lining of the skull? My son, he's now 7.5 years old, had a CVR.
There's no way to know that. Everybody's going to be a little bit different. I mean, depends when it developed in utero. Depends how long it was to be diagnosed and how long it was treated. A lot of people wind up having, surgery for this problem. If they've got a suture that's fused. I mean, I used to do a lot of these surgeries. there's no definitive answer of how long intracranial hypertension is present. There's so many variables that tie to it, but again, this is a transgenerational epigenetic problem.
She says they've beginning to notice significant declines in his behavior by 2.5 years old.
If you ask me the question, because of the way the brain case and the brain develop, the neurulation, all the stuff that I talked to you about, that same guy about autism, this process starts the first 4 to 6 weeks of pregnancy. So if you want to know the truth, hey mom, look in the mirror. That's how long the intracranial hypertension can have been present.
From Louisa, what are safer alternatives to dental implants with metal base and alternatives to root canals of teeth?
I think we talked a little bit about that today with our dentist. I don't think there's any safe alternatives to dental implants. In fact, I said to him that I would let the occlusion collapse and let supererection happen. Alternatives to root canals, for a dentist, they'll tell you it's implants or crown and bridge. I'm going to tell you, the only time that I can truly get behind root canals to save the tooth, if you can make me a good excuse for it. Like, for example, a central incisor in a 9-year-old, that's a permanent one. Say a first molar in a kid, damn, that was some serious electric shit. Like a first molar to guide the rest of the occlusal eruption pattern, I can make a case for that. But most root canals, I think, kind of like the other question I've been asked, I think it's kind of superfluous, to be honest with you. I think caries are also a function of redox. There's a couple of really cool threads that just got asked on the forum in the last 2 weeks. In fact, one of them was by a young parent whose kids just got diagnosed with pitting of their teeth. And the answer that I gave them was about the stromal defects that were present, in the dentin. I think that is operational for the person that just asked the question about sleep apnea. Why? People that have sleep apnea who are parents, you're much more likely to give dental problems and oral growth problems. Not only that, craniosynostosis. Why? Because all of you have hypoxia issues. You all have oxygen holocaust problems. So you may not see how all these things linked, but they link, and they always tie back to first and second branchial arch problems. And you can get dental decay not just from eating too many carbs. That's what dentists get taught. But the other way you can get it is if you have xerostomia, and say your glands, your parotid gland, your submandibular gland, like say you've got Sjogren syndrome, you can get caries from that. And the caries there is due to a lack of tissue fluid in the dentin. That makes the teeth less piezoelectric. That means that they're much more prone for attack. And if you think the answer that I gave to Marshall Sponder earlier, when he asked the question about how the galactic sheet connects to Earth, here's an example of a microcosm connection. If you have a reduction in redox due to water, light, or magnetic flux in a tooth, the tooth is much more likely to attack. That's exactly what's happening to Earth right now. The magnetic fields are moving, the power is down, and what do we experience on Earth? We're seeing the Mediterranean basin heat up. We're seeing volcanoes blow up everywhere. I mean, for those of you who live in Hawaii, you probably noticed that Kilauea just re-erupted. The one in Japan just erupted 48 hours ago. These things are all happening because of these connections. What else am I saying to you? These are times the dentist will be more busy because children will have more cavities in their mouth because of the effect that's going on in our solar system. So don't just tell me that you think carbohydrates will cause caries, because it's not true. There's other causes.
Okay, next is, should astaxanthin be taken daily forever, or only for a certain period of time until you get your solar callus?
No, I just think it needs to be done through your solar callus. And once you do it the natural way, then it becomes superfluous. But remember, you get that antioxidant if you eat the marine seafood chain. And I usually tell most people, if you live on Earth in a DARPA country, which most of them are, you should be probably pounding seafood 3 times a week.
See, what is the morning protocol you recommend? What if you awaken before the sunrise? Do you go outside anyways? I live in Oregon with mountains all around, and even though it is light outside, I cannot see the sun until about an hour after the sun rises.
I think this is the most common question that I get asked over and over and
Over
over.
and over again.
Just go outside. It doesn't matter if you can see the sun or not. The light of the sun will find you.
Okay, let's see. From V. Hi, Dr. Cruz. I'm new to the group and I've only been studying absorbing your work for about 2 months now by doing things like reading the blogs and watching recordings in the archives. I'm curious to know if there's any information you would have on viral overload diseases, specifically hepatitis B, to better understand how it works and how to reverse it, since in conventional medicine, there's nothing could be done to cure it from my understanding.
That's totally not true. I don't know why you believe that, but there's 2 ways to look at this problem. When you say viral overload, you're talking about an immune system that doesn't work. Okay. So there's the 2 sides of the coin, but what's the treatment for hepatitis B? You now, for not only B, C, D, and E, we now have drugs out called protease inhibitors that make these diseases almost literally, these diseases were deadly when AIDS came out. Through my entire young career, these were huge problems. Right now, protease inhibitors have made these diseases, it's almost a moot point. I actually have not dealt with this question probably in 20, 25 years because these drugs are that effective. So protease inhibitors have solved this problem. Not only that, protease inhibitors are also used in HIV as well. And they've actually taken a uniformly fatal disease. Now, if you get AIDS, you're not going to die from it. You're just going to be infective to people. So the premise of V's question, I think, is incorrect. And I'm not sure why he had that belief unless he lived somewhere else and came here and didn't know about it.
Okay, next is from Madeline. My daughter is hypotonic with hypermobile joints. She is 26 years old, chem engineer, working, etc. After puberty, she started having pain on airplanes in flight, once 2,000 feet off the ground. Worse on same-day connector flight, 2 flights, 5 or 6 out of 10 on PACE scale. Paced airplane when bad. Says it's like sciatica with pain in hip, lower back extending down to feet, not upper body. Pain ended 30 minutes after landing, had sensory nerve issues as infant toddler. What can we do to remedy or sort this out? Wants to fly again. Is it joint swelling from air pockets and loose joints?
No, I mean, this is classic. This goes to the last girl that we let talk live. It's not the same problem. When she goes off the ground, she's ungrounded. She loses all her piezoelectricity, all her connection with Earth. She's got a collagen vascular disease. There's threads on the form about collagen vascular diseases. This is like Madeline needs to get on there and put collagen vascular disease in the Google box and find it. When you don't have any redox in those things, you're going to get more failure of this muscle skeletal system. So that changes the optical density. So when your daughter flies, she's got exactly the same problem as our friend that took the benzodiazepines. Her optical density in the air changes, and she's not able to offset the stress that she's put on her body. Then when she comes back down to earth, it goes. So what's the answer? Grounding, huge sunlight. She probably lives in a shitty area, doesn't even know what piezoelectricity is, doesn't know what flexoelectricity is, doesn't know what pyroelectricity is, but it's in the blogs, it's on the forum. That one's an easy one.
Okay, let's see from Tara. After years of taking Zyrtec, I'm finally in a place where I am not taking it daily thanks to finding you and my seasonal allergies are improving. My goal is to rehydrate my easy water as quickly as possible. Is the lab okay?
Stop. Didn't Tara just tell the last girl we let speak, exactly the same story from a drug? That it's exactly the same story.
Same one. Yep.
Right? So Tara, thank you. Hopefully that girl from Cape Cod is still listening.
Okay, next is Pia. What surprising fact did you come away with from Prague, if any? Also, often hear Dr. K advising to use a wooden chair when grounding. Why would a metal chair not be better, conductor?
Well, I mean, I don't have a problem with any chair you use. You just have to be careful if you're in a 5G city with metal. Most wooden chairs tend to have metal on the bottom, and they still conduct. Prague, what would I say is the take home from Prague? Probably my discussions with Kevin McKiernan. Also, I'd say my discussions probably with Matthias and his brother.
Because
Yeah, they're going to convert a large section of their future meetings to decentralized medicine and health. Why is that good for you guys? I think if you're going to go to any Bitcoin conference in the future, Prague is the one you should go to, because you're probably going to hear Kevin, me, Jessica Rose, probably Alexis Cowan now. Also, the red light guys that were there were great. Matthias gave all the speakers this year blue blocking glasses, which I thought was a baller move. So he is now committed to making decentralized medicine a part of the Bitcoin platform. And I have to tell you, I was stunned when he told me and Chantel that. But I can tell you, he's a really good dude, and he really does care about Bitcoiners. And the fact that he's elevating time, in my opinion, those are the kind of people that you want to be around, and those are the people that you want to spend money. Like, you heard me a couple of times today say, there's people that have no degrees that you have to be careful of because of the money. Then I also told you there's people with degrees out there that will steal your money. You have to be careful here. Here's a guy that wants to help you manage your time, but his real goal is Bitcoin. But he realizes it makes no sense to have made a correct decision on Bitcoin and piss your time away. And to me, that's a guy that you want to support, because ultimately he's actually trying to help all of you, whether you know it or not.
And next is from Julie. Number one, are there any direct or indirect ways of monitoring UPEs, especially in relation to cancer?
Well, I mean, the number one way is photomultipliers. I mean, that's all covered very well in Roland Van Wyck's book. I would tell you to read it if you haven't read it. But the best ways are yet to come. Why? Because I think I've said to Alexis multiple times on multiple podcasts, I think we really move the needle on people when we get the ability to measure below 300 nanometers, and also to measure what's going on inside a cell. I mean, you heard two girls on this call, Tara and our friend from Cape Cod. Drugs change the optical density. When you change the optical density, you're changing the UPEs in the system. What's the major effect? It's water, but the organization of the cells in the water also can happen. And for example, like people with collagen vascular diseases, they have huge issues with having aberrant atomic molecular organization, which is why they have a lot of the problems they do. Lupus is a classic example because it's an acquired autoimmune condition. that rearranges atoms in you and dehydrates you at the same time, which makes it a very difficult condition to treat. But, benzodiazepine toxicity does this. Serotonin syndrome is caused by this kind of stuff. There was a big talk on, I think, in the demyelination series, where one of the guys from Australia kept wanting to give everybody, lithium. And I said, yeah, you can't do that because lithium changes the electronic structure in a cell. And if that happens, it changes the UPE and it can be dangerous for certain people. And believe it or not, Tara and the girl from Cape Cod actually mimic those effects. And you can see, at least I hope that guy from Australia, I think his name is Matt, he listens to this podcast and he listens to the girl from Cape Cod, how a person that was perfectly healthy before benzodiazepines takes one drug, namely Klonopin, and completely fucks her life up. That's the same kind of warning system that I was giving you guys about lithium use when you decide to try to use it for hypothyroidism or, say for ALS. That's the reason you have to be really careful. So I was very glad to hear her speak up and tell us that she thought she was crazy. I don't think she's crazy. I just think that she still doesn't understand that she's a coconut and she lives in the tundra. And Cape Cod and her family are a problem. She's never going to get better until she fixes that. And then I appreciate Tara coming in and saying after years of taking Zyrtec, I changed my environment and I'm no longer dealing with, seasonal allergies and all the side effects from the drug. That's kind of like all these things going on in this Q&A. These are all things that are tied to all these different questions. It's a change in optics, and a change in optics leads to a change in UPEs, and that leads to problems. That's why drugs and supplements and atoms, and vaccines and foods, they can cause all kinds of havoc in you.
Okay, so next is the next one from Julie is low dose naltrexone increases vivid dreams. Would this be an example of increasing coherent UPEs?
It's possible. I think that's what Jack Foster asked earlier. I mean, it's going to affect cortisol and melatonin. And again, I'm telling you that it's changing the optics. This should go back to our Cape Cod girl. She should pay attention to this because if you're changing dream state, you're changing melatonin. Melatonin is one of those three things I told her that changes the photoreceptors, which is melatonin, dopamine, and GABA. So yeah, it's possible.
Okay, next is from Nick. Number one, you mentioned from time to time baseball and how you should have stuck with that. Can you elaborate more on the choices you made at that time?
I think I did in the recent podcast, didn't I? Yeah, I did. What was her name? CK? Right? I would say listen to that podcast. To be honest with you, I just think this question is superfluous. Yeah, all in Bitcoin. I think it's just superfluous for the Q&A, especially when we're 4 hours in.
Yeah, 5 hours in. 5 hours. You're doing it tonight. Okay, number two, this is about cathodes and anodes. The cathode ray, aka the sun, hits an anode, the Earth. Is the moon considered an anode as well?
Yes.
What would the moon act like when it comes between the Earth and the rays during a solar eclipse?
What do you mean? What would it act like?
I don't know. That's what the question.
Make a shadow on the Earth.
Okay, Donna Marie. At the age of 44, I had a mechanical valve replacement due to being born with a bileaflet valve. I have now been on warfarin because of it for 21 years. Are most biohacks hindered because of the warfarin, and are there any that would be helpful?
Actually, there's a couple of answers here for you. You're probably not going to like them, but I've written about warfarin a long time ago. The major side effect, it ruins calcium signaling, specifically vitamin K2 in the body. So anybody who's been on that drug for a long period of time has huge osteoporosis risks. But there is another way to come off of it. Most of the cardiac surgeons who have will put mechanical valves in, they refuse for people to use any other drug but these drugs because they're treating themselves. But there's now people out there that are using different drugs that are not vitamin K drugs, like Eliquis and what's the name of the other one? Xarelto. Some doctors now have an experience because these drugs have been out for a while. But I think the best option, which unfortunately you're not going to like, is to go have your heart valve fixed and taken out and put a pig valve in. Why? You don't have to be on any anticoagulants when you have a pig valve. So your surgeon made a choice for you when you were a girl, 21 years old, to have a mechanical valve because he didn't want to put a pig valve in because he was taught that a mechanical valve was better because that's what people believed then. We don't believe that anymore. So a porcine valve replacement actually is probably the best option because then you come off all blood thinners. It just means you got to get your chest cracked again. And that's why I said Donna's not going to like that choice.
Okay, let's see. Last one is from Anne Marie. Will demyelination be improved with GLP-1 drugs for all autoimmune diseases?
All right. This is the last question. I wish it wasn't because it's aggravating me. I made this pretty crystal clear on the blog what the effect of GLP-1 drugs are. They're not well tested. I think they're very risky. But do they have some positive effects for demyelination? Yes. Do I think they're ready for prime time? Do I think they're good for autoimmune conditions? My opinion right now, I think they're still too risky. But let's say you happen to have a really bad autoimmune condition like MS, or say you have ALS, then I think the risk benefit ratio is there. So it's going to depend on the person's N=1. I think the far better choice is to change your environment and do something completely different. But of course, people ask about these GLP-1 drugs after I put this blog out because everybody's looking for the drive-through answer. Hey, can I take a drug to make me better? It may make your issue better, but it may give you a bigger problem.
Is there a test that can show if sun is helping to remyelinate?
Yeah, it's called an MRI.
Does increase in vitamin D necessarily mean demyelination is improving?
No.
Does alpha MSH increase mean improvement in myelination?
Yes.
Okay, and the last one, or what other tests would show improvement?
The best one that we have now is actually well, you can do a spinal tap, but nobody likes to put a needle in their back. I still think the best non-invasive test is a volumetric study of your white matter to see what's going on, and then see if there's any white matter changes. So an MRI is probably the best test.
Okay, with that is the end of the questions. That was quite a party there.
Yeah.
Good call.
I'm
Good
kind of
call.
freaking pooped.
Yeah, I was wondering how long you were going to make it, but we finished them all. We're good to go. Thank you so much, everybody, for attending our July Q&A. As always, you'll have your recording on your desktop within 24 hours. An email will go to you when it's ready. Have a great evening. Thank you, everyone.